제3회 서울국제 명상 엑스포 2022 명상 새로운 세계에 오신 여러분을 진심으로 환영합니다. 잠시 후 10시부터 학술 컨퍼런스가 시작됩니다.
We are
참석해 주신
starting
내빈
the
여러분
academic conference from 10 a.m. We would appreciate it if you now enter the conference hall and take a seat. And we also appreciate it if you take the front row seats. And I would like to ask you to turn your cell phone off or put it on the vibration mode. And please wear your facial masks. Is the requirement by the government because of the coronavirus pandemic.
안녕하십니까? 제3회 서울국제 명상 엑스포 2022 명상
Welcome.
새로운 세계의
Welcome
마지막
all
일정인 3일차
to
컨퍼런스에
the last
오신
day of the
여러분을
three-day
진심으로
academic
환영합니다.
conference as part of
저는
the
오늘
third
사회를
Seoul
맡은
International
동국대학교
Meditation Expo.
일반대학원
I am Professor
상담코칭학과
이송이,
교수
teaching
이송입니다.
counseling and
여러분
coaching at Dongguk
반갑습니다.
University Graduate School.
동국대학교에서 주최하고
The Seoul
문화체육관광부와
International Meditation Expo
서울시에서
is
후원하는
organized by
이번
Dongguk
행사는
University and sponsored by
명상의
the
세계화를 선도하고
Ministry of
보다
Culture,
일상과
Sports
가까운
and Tourism
명상 문화를
and
이끌기
Seoul
위해
City Government.
개최되었습니다.
The three-day events
본
offers
행사는
14
이곳 동국대학교에서
programs,
3일
including this
동안
conference, all
온라인과
of which are
오프라인으로
available
진행되며
in 3D
컨퍼런스를
metaverse
비롯해
or in our
14개의
homepage.
프로그램은 메타버스
Many
전시관과
have joined us
2D 홈페이지를
on and
통해서도
offline
확인하실 수
from
있으십니다.
all over the
국내뿐
world.
아니라 해외에서도 많은 분들이 줌과 유튜브 라이브를 통해 참여해주고 계십니다. 그럼 오늘 행사를 간단히 소개해드리겠습니다.
Let me briefly introduce what we will be doing today. That we have today, the third day of the academic conference. Today's theme is meditation and future of society, and 4 presenters will be made today under this theme. There will be Q&A session after each presentation, and we've been collecting questions since May 11, but we will take questions real time from Zoom as well as from the in-person audience. The English and Korean simultaneous translation is being provided at the hall as well as on Zoom. If you like to use the translation, that you can click the globe icon.
The third day conference begins from the presentation of Mr. Justin Brewer at Brown Medical School, titled Meditation and Psychotherapy. Dr. Justin Brewer. 감사합니다.
So first, I want to thank you for inviting me to join you all today on this very interesting topic around the mind and the future. And I just want to start with some financial disclosures, which I'm required to present. I actually won't be presenting much on some of the app-based mindfulness training programs that we have developed, but any conflicts of interest are managed by Brown University. I'd like to start with a story. Some of you may know this story. This is a picture or a portrait of a man named Dazu Hoika. And Hoika is said to have been very interested in learning meditation. And he sought out a teacher named Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma was meditating in a cave and was meditating a lot, and Hoika asked him to help him out. In fact, he asked him 3 times. And eventually, Bodhidharma said, "What do you want?" Hoika said, "My mind is not at ease. Please pacify my mind." Bodhidharma said, "Bring me your mind and I will pacify it." Hoika replied, "When I look for my mind, I cannot find it." Bodhidharma said, "There, I have pacified it for you." So we can start with this little pondering. My mind is not at ease. When I look for my mind, I cannot find it. And somehow that is what pacifies it for us. And so today I will be talking about the mind and mindfulness and how this relates to some of the work that is ongoing around psychedelics and the overlap between the two. So starting with not just this ancient story, but with some of the Buddhist teachings. There's a phrase in the Pali Canon that says, whatever a person frequently thinks and ponders upon, that will become the inclination of the mind. And so we can start by not getting into esoteric debates about what the mind is, but a functional exploration. What is it that leads to dis-ease? My mind is not at ease. And so here it is said, if you look at the Pali Canon, there's a framework that was described that the Buddha was said to have been pondering the night of his enlightenment. It's called dependent origination. And it shares a lot of characteristics with modern day psychology. And the basic framework, I'm just using a simplified version here, is that a cue or a trigger comes into our mind. So it could be any of the five senses, or it could even be a thought. And our mind interprets this generally as pleasant or unpleasant. Sometimes it can be neutral. And when there is something that's pleasant, our natural habitual reaction is to want to hold on to it, to want more of it. This is part of our very basic survival mechanism for helping us find food and remember where food is. If something is unpleasant, we have a craving to make it go away, or an aversion to it. And this too helps us avoid danger. When we see danger, we learn to avoid it. So both of these lead to behaviors, to approaching things that are pleasant, for example, calories that help us survive, and remembering where food is and what food is nourishing so we can eat it, and also avoiding things that are not helpful for survival, such as danger. So these behaviors then get laid down in our memories. In the ancient, the Buddhist psychology, they talk about this birth of a self-identity. In modern day, we talk about the formation of memory. We learn to remember where danger is. We learn to remember where nourishment is, so we can avoid danger and we can move toward nourishment. And this forms habits, and these behaviors get reinforced. Now, if you look at the ancient psychology, they talk about the first link. There are these 12 links in this dependent origination. The first link is described as ignorance. Now, I'm using a pair of glasses here because in modern day psychology, we talk about subjective bias. We become biased based on our previous experience. And this bias may be what forms a sense of self. Whatever we think and ponder upon thus becomes the inclination of the mind. Now, there's a modern day philosopher, Alan Watts, who died several decades ago, but the way he describes the sense of self, he calls the ego. He says the self, which he has believed himself to be, is nothing but a pattern of habits. So what this suggests is, this idea that the more we think and ponder upon, thus becomes the inclination of the mind, that this self gets formed through, it gets reinforced through positive and negative reinforcement, as is described in modern day psychology. Now, another way that this is described, and there was an article written about 10 years ago by Dembrin and Matthew Ricard, where they talk about self-centered psychological functioning. And they say it includes characteristics such as biased self-interest, egoism, egocentrism, and egotism. So ego, ego, ego. And this bias can get formed through these natural survival mechanisms. So the more we start to identify with certain behaviors or certain thoughts, the more we think, this is who I am. And the more we get attached to those views, the more this theoretically can cause suffering, the more this can trip us up. I'm going to give you an example. This is Lolo Jones. She's an Olympic hurdler, a three-time Olympian. Back in 2008, she was favored to win the gold medal at the Beijing Olympics. And in fact, she had made it through all of the preliminary rounds and was in the finals. Not only was she in the finals, she was in the lead, and she was at the 9th of 10 hurdles. In an interview with Time Magazine, she said, I was in an amazing rhythm. I was, and she described how she wasn't thinking, oh, I'm winning the Olympic gold medal. She said it just felt like another race. And then she started telling herself to make sure her legs were snapping out. So she was talking to herself. She said, that's when I hit the hurdle. So she tripped up. She tripped herself up on the very end of the race of the finals of the Olympics. And the reason I tell this story is because this is a good example of how this self gets formed, and then we think it is helpful. But as one teacher put it, we get in our own way. Your me is in the way. And this process can get reinforced to the point where we can even read it out in the brain. So there's a network of brain regions called the default mode network. And it was called the default mode network because it is what we default to when we aren't doing anything in particular. When we're not focused on a task, we are defaulting to what's described as self-referential thinking. We most commonly think about ourselves. Often we're thinking about something that's happened in the past, often regretting it, or we're worrying about the future. And in fact, this network has been shown to be activated, or this defaulting to self-referential thinking can happen up to 50% of waking life, where that's just what we're defaulting to. Now, this network of brain regions has a lot of different brain regions, but I'm going to focus on two in particular: the medial prefrontal cortex and the posterior cingulate cortex. You can see these are the hubs of this network of brain regions. They're right in the middle. And they're also in the middle of the brain. They're in the midline. The posterior cingulate more toward the back of the brain. This is the back. This is the front. The medial prefrontal cortex more in the front, but they're in the midline of the brain. The reason I bring these brain regions up is that they get activated when we think about ourselves. And they also get activated when we get triggered. Here are some examples. So for example, in a study of adolescents who were shown their own Instagram feeds, but the only change, the only experimental manipulation that was made in this study was where the experimenters gave some of the pictures a lot of likes and some of the pictures just a few likes. And when they compared many likes versus just a few likes, they activated these reward centers in their brain, the nucleus accumbens being one of them. This is this brain region that gets activated with all drugs of abuse. Dopamine fires and it activates this brain region. What they also found was that this self-referential network was activated. So there's something rewarding about getting a lot of likes when there's something about us. This brain region also gets activated when people who are addicted to cocaine are shown pictures of cocaine. When they're triggered, you can see the posterior cingulate getting activated. It also lights up when people who are addicted to cigarettes are shown pictures of people smoking. You can see medial prefrontal cortex, and it's in particular the posterior cingulate cortex. This also happens with gambling, when people who are addicted to gambling are shown gambling scenes. And it even activates when people are fed chocolate. And this study was done over 20 years ago, but is very interesting because what they had people do was they were using PET imaging so they could feed them chocolate while they were scanning their brain. And they had people rate how much they liked the chocolate. And they were also, I should say, they were feeding them their favorite chocolate. So at the beginning of the experiment, people were saying, wow, this is really delicious. And they were activating their posterior cingulate cortex. So I really want more chocolate was activating the posterior cingulate. They kept feeding them chocolate throughout the experiment and the ratings went down. You can imagine the more you eat chocolate, the less excited you are to eat chocolate. So by the end of the experiment, people were saying, eating more would make me feel sick. This is awful. Interestingly, at both ends of the spectrum, I really want more, I really want less. They were both activating the posterior cingulate cortex. So this network of brain regions seems to get activated, especially the posterior cingulate cortex, the more we want things and the more averse we are to things. For example, worrying. When we worry about the future, the more we worry, the more the medial prefrontal cortex and the more the posterior cingulate cortex get activated. So the more we get caught up, the more we trip ourselves up, the more these networks get activated. In fact, I'll show you all of the different types of things that can activate the default mode network, and in particular, these two regions of the default mode network. In particular, the posterior cingulate gets activated when we're not doing anything in particular, as I've mentioned, when we're mind wandering, when we're just letting our minds wander freely, when we're thinking about ourselves in the past and the future, when we're judging ourselves, when we're looking at words and deciding whether they describe us or not. This gets activated when we think about ourselves in social situations, when we like a choice that we've made. We've just made a choice and we think, oh yeah, that's a good choice. It gets activated. I'm just showing you, even induced immoral behaviors, care and justice issues, when we feel guilty, emotional processing, and then of course, as I mentioned, one of my favorites, cravings. So all of these different things activate the posterior cingulate cortex, this center of a self-referential brain network. So how does all of this come together? We've had a working hypothesis for a while now that the posterior cingulate is involved in this experiential sense of self, this feeling of this is me versus the rest of the world, as compared to the concept of self. If I look in the mirror and I think about my name or something, that concept of self, just a conceptual thing, not a felt experience, may not be that experiential sense of self, and that may be more represented in the medial prefrontal cortex. If we think about what this is like, we can really explore how this relates to self and the ego. So I'm going to go back to this quote from Dambrin and Richard, where they talked, I already mentioned this first part, self-centered psychological functioning includes characteristics such as biased self-interest, egoism, egocentrism, and egotism. So, they talk about, in contrast, they use the term selflessness to qualify the self's alternative psychological functioning. They describe it as being characterized by low levels of self-centeredness, a low degree of importance given to the self. They say this style of psychological functioning is closely related to characteristics such as altruism, kindness, respect, empathy, and compassion. And so what they're suggesting is that the more we get caught up in our experience, the more we get the sense of self. What this might line up with is activation of this default mode network, activation of this self-referential network. And we can actually test this experimentally. So mindfulness training trains us in these, these skills of not being caught up in ourselves, and getting out of our own way. If you think of, the Lolo Jones story where she got in her own way, she tripped herself up. Mindfulness trains us not to get caught up in those self-referential processing networks. And what I'm also going to show you now is that certain psychedelics may also help do the same thing. So there's been a lot of research from a number of different labs over the past decade where they've been looking at brain activity when people are given psychedelics. So this is the active ingredient. So psilocybin, for example, is the active ingredient in magic mushrooms. And the first study that was published with psychedelics was by Robin Carhart Harris and David Nutt at University College London back in 2012, where they found that when people were given psilocybin, you can see the main hubs of this default mode network, the posterior cingulate and the medial prefrontal cortex, were deactivated relative to getting a placebo. You can see this in different methods of measuring brain activity. So the blood oxygen level dependent signal, and also looking at cerebral blood flow. When they combine that, you can see the same thing is true. Now, they've followed this up with a number of different studies where they look with different modalities. So they looked using a methodology called arterial spin labeling. You can see deactivations in these two hubs of the default mode network, as I just showed you with the bold signal. And they even find this when they use EEG-related methodologies, megaloencephalography. So different types of measuring brain activity all show the same thing, which is that there's less activity in these hubs of the default mode network, less activity in the self-referential networks when people are given psilocybin. Another mind-expanding substance called ayahuasca, which has been used in indigenous cultures in Central and South America, also deactivates the default mode network. This is a study that was published a little while ago, and you can see the same deactivation with this different substance. And in fact, you can see that when this substance is provided, that it actually decouples these two main hubs of the default mode network. So the posterior cingulate cortex and the medial prefrontal cortex tend to be what are called functionally coupled. So they're functionally connected, meaning that when one is activated, the other is activated. When one is deactivated, the other is deactivated. Yet psychedelics do something very interesting that is rarely seen in science, where when one is activated, so here they look to see when the medial prefrontal cortex is activated, what else is activated? Well, in fact, shown here in blue, the posterior cingulate cortex is deactivated. Typically, the two are activated at the same time. You can see this is what a typical functional connectivity pattern looks like. So when the posterior cingulate is active, the medial prefrontal cortex is active. But when given psilocybin, when the medial prefrontal cortex is active, the posterior cingulate cortex is deactivated. So these two are now decoupled. Another study done with experienced meditators who were given psilocybin during a meditation retreat found that when this decoupling is happening, so when these two are not talking to each other, people report a higher level of what's described as oceanic self-boundlessness. So they're losing this sense of self and they're starting to merge with the world around them. There's this loss of a sense of self. Now, I mention all of this because the psychedelics are suggesting something that, these are literally called mind-expanding drugs, where the mind is expanded, the sense of self starts to dissolve, where one, there's just awareness and one is not feeling like here I am and here's the rest of the world. There's just an awareness where that self is not bounded. There's this self-boundlessness. And in fact, some of the first studies that my lab has done with experienced meditators has found that these two hubs of the default mode network are deactivated across a number of different types of meditation in experienced meditators relative to people who have not learned to meditate before. So in this study, we brought in people who had never meditated. We taught them meditation on the day that we were scanning their brains, and we compared their brain activity to experienced meditators, people who had been meditating for years. And when we looked across 3 different types of meditations, we looked at concentration meditation, where people were just focusing on their breath. We looked at a loving kindness meditation, where people were practicing a kind of selfless love. And we also looked at what's called choiceless awareness, where people were just aware of whatever was happening in their experience. And here, across 3 different types of meditation, blue shows a deactivation in experienced meditators versus novices. So we are seeing this as people are meditating, they're deactivating this self-referential network. This is very similar to what people have found with ayahuasca and with psilocybin. So there's a lot of overlap between, taking a substance that is mind expanding and learning to meditate, which is also geared toward letting go of a sense of self. Now, these are experienced meditators, so we wanted to see if the same is true with novices when we looked at them across time. So we did a study with people who wanted to quit smoking. And the way we did this study was that we brought them into our lab and we scanned their brains when we showed them pictures of people smoking versus neutral cues. And we could measure how much their posterior cingulate cortex was activated at baseline. Then we could randomize them to get a mindfulness training app called Craving to Quit, which helped them use mindfulness techniques to learn to let go and ride out cravings to smoke, versus our National Cancer Institute in the US has an app that's more based on cognitive therapy. And after a month, we could scan their brains again to see how much their default mode network changed in activity when they were shown these smoking cues again, and how that correlated with outcomes. We want to see if changes in this default mode network actually correlate with real-world clinical outcomes. And what we found was that there was a strong correlation between a reduction in posterior cingulate activity and a reduction in cigarettes smoked. So you can see this correlation was 0.4. It was a pretty strong correlation. There was no correlation in people who got cognitive therapy. And in fact, the more modules people completed, the better they did. But this was specific to the mindfulness training group. What this suggests is that training ourselves in mindfulness, to train ourselves to not get caught up in a craving to smoke, the more that we train ourselves to do that, the less active our posterior cingulate gets when we are shown cues. We're less triggered. Our brain is less triggered, and we are less likely to smoke a cigarette. So this suggests that mindfulness training can target these specific brain networks, the default mode network in particular, and targeting the default mode network correlates with real-world clinical outcomes. Now, we've also done studies with looking specifically at kindness practices. The loving kindness practice is the most commonly taught meditation in mindfulness training. And the idea is that when we practice selfless kindness, this is not about the the ego centers of the brain. It's about deactivating these ego centers of the brain. And in fact, that's exactly what we found. When we looked at meditators versus novices practicing loving kindness, we see a large decrease in activity in the posterior cingulate in particular, both the posterior cingulate as well as the precuneus. So it's not just about, focusing on the breath. It's not just about, just being aware. Even kindness has been shown to directly correlate with deactivations in this egocentric brain network. Now, what we wanted to do was see exactly how these lined up. So we did a series of experiments where we could, I'll just skip this, where we could give people feedback from their own brains while they were meditating. And we could also do some control experiments to make sure that they weren't fooling themselves. I won't go into those in the interest of time. But what this looks like is that we can line up their subjective experience to see if and what their subjective experience is lining up with in terms of their brain activity. So for example, we can, as somebody is in our scanner, we can show them how active or deactivated their posterior cingulate is. So red here shows an increase in posterior cingulate activity. Blue is a decrease. And across short meditation runs, we would do 1 to 3 minutes. We would have people watch their own brain activity. And then right at the end of the scan, we would stop the scan and ask them what happened. Here's an example. This person said, I caught myself. I was trying to guess where the words were going to end. That was our baseline task. And when the meditation was going to begin. So I was kind of trying to be like, okay, ready, set, go. And then there was an additional word that popped up. So this was still the baseline task. And the person thought he was ready to start meditating. And he was thinking, oh no. And then at that point, his brain got really activated. And then he said, and then I sort of immediately settled in and I was really getting into it. And you can see this correlated with decreased brain activity in his posterior cingulate. And then I thought, oh my gosh, this is amazing. It's describing exactly what I'm saying. And then you see this red spike. So he was getting excited. And as he got excited, his brain got more activated. And I was like, okay, wait, don't get distracted. And then I got back into it. And then it got blue again. So as he started meditating again, that brain activity quieted down. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. It's doing exactly what my mind is doing. So he was laughing at this point. He said it got really red again. And so he said, I find it really funny because it's, to the next question, that's a perfect map of what my mind was going through. So what you can see here is we can line up their brain activity pretty precisely with their subjective experience. And then we can use techniques called neurophenomenology, where we can use their first person, their self-report, what they're describing, so that we can really understand these cognitive processes in the brain. And in this case, we used a method called grounded theory method, which isn't, the details aren't that important right now. But I can show you what we can do with this methodology. So we can have people who are completely blinded to our hypotheses just start to categorize all of the subjective experience that people report. So if somebody reports tranquility, it goes in a certain category. If they report being focused on their body or their nostrils or focused on other sensations because they're meditating, this can go into what's called an open code. And then we can combine these into more central codes and then into theoretical codes. And then we can line this up with their brain activity. So what this looks like is we can take all the instances when we see that spike, that red spike, and we can line those up to see what they're lining up with. So for example, all these instances when people were distracted, their posterior cingulate was getting activated. This is very much in line with many other studies showing that when people are mind wandering, their posterior cingulate gets activated. Yet we also found another category that we just called controlling. The more people tried to control their experience, the more their brain activity was also increasing. So this was different than just mind wandering. It was also the more they were trying to do something, the more it was getting activated. Here's an example. Someone said, I worried I wasn't using the graph as an object of meditation. So I tried to look at it harder or somehow pay attention more to it. So they were trying to pay attention. This is when their brain activity increased. So that's a very interesting observation that says it's not just about the self. It's about when we're really trying to do something, even when we're trying to meditate. In contrast, our brains get deactivated. The posterior cingulate gets deactivated when we are focused, when we're very concentrated. There were lots of instances when people were focused and their posterior cingulate was deactivated. Now, this is also consistent with other literature, not just in meditators, but when somebody's focused on a task, their default mode network is deactivated. Yet, interestingly, we also found what we described as effortless doing was also deactivating the default mode network. Here's an example. This person said, toward the middle, I had some thoughts, which I don't see on the graph, maybe because I let them flow by. So it's not about not having thoughts. It's about how we're relating to our thoughts. This person, they said that I let them flow by, and you can see their brain was deactivated. This other person said, I noticed the more I relaxed and stopped trying to do anything, the bluer it went. In one of the very famous movie trilogies, from the US is Star Wars, and there's this scene in the second movie, The Empire Strikes Back, where Luke Skywalker is trying to learn how to use his mind, and Yoda, his teacher, says, "No, try not," because Luke was trying to do something. He was trying to levitate some boxes. And Yoda was saying, no, this is about doing. Do or do not. There is no try. And what this suggests is that trying is actually a sense of selfing, of doing, of efforting. And the opposite of that can be described, there's a concept called flow. Mihai Csikszentmihalyi described flow as this mental state when a person is fully immersed in the present moment, feeling energized and focused. Csikszentmihalyi also describes flow as being selfless. There is no self. There's just this merging of action and awareness. So when we're resting in awareness, there's just awareness. We're not doing anything. We're not trying to do anything. There's just stuff that is happening. And this may be very, very similar to what is happening when people are using psychedelics. When they're fully in a psychedelic experience, there's an awareness and there's a loss of a sense of self. So if we think about this, flow being a loss of a sense of self, we can even see this in brain activity. So for example, in the studies we were doing, somebody spontaneously reported a sense of flow. They said, being with the breath, flow deepened in the middle. And you can see the posterior cingulate activity was really decreased as they were getting into flow. So what this suggests, bringing all of this together, what this may suggest is that the more we just rest in a sense of awareness, whether we train to do that with meditation or whether the brain is kind of pushed into that mode with psychedelics, the psychedelics start to break down these boundaries between the self and other. And we lose a sense of where we are and where the rest of the world is, which may be a false boundary in the first place, because there's just awareness when somebody is on a psychedelic. This may also be true with meditation. As we train ourselves not to notice what it feels like to get caught up in self, the more we can start to notice that we can let go, and we can just rest in an awareness that is expanded, that knows no boundaries, that doesn't say, here I am and here's the rest of the world. This awareness is just aware, which also brings us back to this original question that I posed, or I should say the question that Dazu Hoika posed to Bodhidharma. Just as a reminder, Hoika said, "My mind is not at ease. Please pacify my mind." Bodhidharma said, "Bring me your mind and I will pacify it." Hoika says, "When I look for my mind, I cannot find it." Bodhidharma then replies, "There, I have pacified it for you." So it's not that sense of, a sense of self, that mind may be this false concept that we have habituated through timeless repetition. As I mentioned at the beginning, this dependent origination, or positive and negative reinforcement, as described in modern day psychology. The more we think and ponder upon, the more we worry about the future, the more we become identified with being somebody who worries, which makes our minds not at ease. And the more we can notice and just bring awareness in, notice thoughts, notice emotions, notice body sensations, and not take them personally, the more that awareness expands and can hold these as phenomena that arise and pass away. What this also suggests, bringing this together with psychedelics, is that psychedelics may help us start to experience what it is like to be in a selfless awareness state. So I think of these as helping people see what is possible, that it is possible to have an awareness that is not bounded in a sense of self. Many of us do not know what that feels like. And so what the experiments are suggesting is that when people are, take a psychedelic, a guided psychedelic trip, as they describe it, that this guided trip can help people get a sense of what that's like. And what I would suggest is that mindfulness training can help us train to do this without the psychedelics. And people are starting to study now whether you can combine those two, where psychedelics might help give people a sense of what is possible so that we can train ourselves to move in that direction. To bring this together as a very simple concept, that sense of getting caught up in experience feels contracted, feels closed down. We can start to notice what it feels like to be closed down. And as we notice what that closed down feeling feels like, we can notice how it feels compared to being open up. So for example, my lab has done studies looking at mind states, the different mind states of that we all experience. And we've had people rank which mind states feel better. So for example, when somebody's anxious, when somebody's frustrated, when somebody's angry, these tend to be ranked as lower, and they don't feel as good as mind states such as curiosity or kindness or connectedness. And at the same time, we've done studies asking people which one feels more closed and which one feels more open. With anger, with frustration, with craving, it tends to feel closed. And with connection, with kindness, with curiosity, these mind states feel more open. And so what these might be helping us to train ourselves to do is just to notice what it feels like to feel closed. When we get caught up in anxiety, when we get caught up in anger, we can start to notice what that closed state feels like. And then we can compare it to how it feels when we're kind. And that kindness, because it feels better, because that open state feels better, our minds may naturally incline themselves in that direction. To highlight this, as this teacher, Sojan Jack Haubner put it, the ego is a bottomless pit of suckiness. And so you finally let go of the self that clings to itself. True freedom comes when ego goes. The reason I bring this forward is he highlights how getting caught up in a sense of self, in fact, is much more painful. As Hoike put it, the mind is not at ease. And yet, when we start to notice how painful it is, we might naturally start to let go. It's like a hot coal that we're holding. All we need to do is pay attention and bring awareness in, and we start to notice we're going to naturally drop that coal. Psychedelics may give us this sense of how expanded the mind can actually get. And as we start to notice that, we can train ourselves to move in that direction simply by training awareness toward how it feels when we're caught up in a sense of self, and awareness of how it feels of when we let go. So it will be very interesting over the next few years as we move into the future, as people start to explore the ways to bring together psychedelics and mindfulness training so that we can help people know the direction and also train themselves to move in that direction naturally. And that's what my true hope is with mindfulness training, is that we can really use this as a way to help us see just how good it feels to let go of that sense of self, to let go of the ego as we move more and more into awareness, as we move more and more into curiosity, and also as we really start to taste how good it feels to be kind as compared to unkind to others. So I will wrap this up here with this quote from a poem by Rumi wrote, where he says, "Be empty of worrying. Think of who created thought. Why do you stay in prison when the door is so wide open? Move outside the tangle of fear thinking. Live in silence. Flow down and down in always widening rings of being." I love this quote because this highlights this wideness, this widening of awareness, these widening rings of being, as he puts it. And he also highlights how we get in our own way when we create our own prison, when we worry, we get our brain networks get activated, we get caught up in this tangle of fear thinking. And as we simply start to live in silence, we can flow down and down. We can move out of that prison, as he says. We can flow down and down in always widening rings of being. So I'm very hopeful that as we learn more and more about the neuroscience of how psychedelics work, and as we learn more and more about the neuroscience of how mindfulness training works, we can see how these can work together to help us all collectively flow down and down in always widening rings of being and greater connection. So I'll end there. I just want to thank all of the different people that contributed to this work. And most of this work was funded by our National Institutes of Health by a number of different grants. And if you're interested in learning more about this work, I have a website that lists a lot of these resources and has some other resources. But if nothing else, just remember the poet Mary Oliver puts it very simply. She says, pay attention, be astonished, and tell about it. So that astonishment, that wonder, that awe is that widening ring of being. So I will end there, and I want to leave plenty of time for questions if you have any about what I've talked about today.
네, 저슨 브로 교수님
Thank you for your great presentation. You now we have you're waiting for. We have two questions. First question is, we have many studies on efficacy of meditation, including health enhancement, but not many papers like yours, which dealt with self-attachment based on addiction and mindful training. Does this have something in common with the no-self concept of Buddhism?
That's a really good question. There's some people that argue that self is an addiction itself. So the more we become identified with whoever we think we are, I could be identified with being a professor or a researcher or a physician. And if somebody says, oh, you're not a very good physician, that the more identified I am with that idea, oh, I'm a good physician, the more that sense of self is an addiction because it causes suffering. The simple definition of addiction that I find very helpful is continued use despite adverse consequences. And so we can think of the self as the continued use, the continued thinking of this is who I am despite adverse. I think, written called the ontological theory of addiction, which basically highlights how these Buddhist concepts very much describe, this addiction to self, and that addiction to self is what causes suffering in the first place. Interestingly, in the Buddhist concepts, this dependent origination is what the Buddha was said to have been contemplating on the night of his enlightenment. So he was suggesting when we can step away from that addiction to self, it may lead to great things. In his case, becoming enlightened.
네, 아마
Thank you for your kind answer. This is the second question. When you practice meditation, does the activity of DMN reduces while the connections of DMN strengthen? Can you confirm this with biomarkers?
It's a very good question. So yes, what we found is that these two main hubs of the default mode network, the posterior cingulate cortex and the medial prefrontal cortex, both get deactivated with meditation. What I didn't show you today, but we published in our first paper, was that when we look at the connectivity between the posterior cingulate and other parts of the brain, that connectivity is very different in experienced versus novice meditators. What we find is that there are certain networks. For example, the posterior cingulate is more connected to working memory parts of the brain in experienced meditators. And interestingly, this network connectivity happens not only during meditation, but also at baseline when they aren't even meditating. And we also find that there's an increased connectivity with the posterior cingulate and a network called the dorsal anterior cingulate cortex, which is typically not the case with people who have not trained in meditation. What that suggests is that they're more on the lookout for a sense of self, that the dorsal anterior cingulate's involved in monitoring. So one interpretation of this is that they are training themselves to habitually monitor for the emergence of a sense of self. And as we monitor for that emergence of a sense of self, we can see how painful it is to be contracted and naturally let go. In experienced meditators, that's happening not just during meditation, but also at baseline. With novice meditators, they increase that connectivity, but it's only during meditation. What that suggests is that we can actually train ourselves to be in the habit of being aware and being on the lookout for self. And what that suggests is we can also, that makes it easier to step out of these habitual modes of self-referential processing.
네, 답변 잘 들었습니다.
We were gonna have a break, a short break, and we're gonna restart at 11. Thank you.
두 번째 강연을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Now we'll start the
다음은
second presentation of
동국대학교
the day.
영상대학원
Now the
멀티미디어학과
the-
디자인학
we will
이유섭 외래 교수님과
have
동국대학교
Professor
치유와
Lee Yoo-seop,
행복
teaching
융합연구원
multimedia design at Dongguk
은산
University
스님께서
Graduate School, and Venerable
메타버스를
Unsan, a
활용한
researcher
영상 교육
at the
및
Dongguk
체험
University
학습이라는
Healing and
주제로
Happiness Fusion
강연해
Research
주시겠습니다.
Institute. The
강연
title of the
중에
presentation is a
진행되는 동작이
metaverse-based,
있습니다.
mindfulness
여러분들께서
training
적극적으로
and practice.
참여해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
And we would like your participation during this presentation.
안녕하세요. 저희는 메타버스를
Welcome.
활용한 영상
We
교육 및 체험
will
학습을 함께 진행하게
now
된 이유섭 교수님과 저는 은산이라고 합니다.
Present the
반갑습니다.
metaverse
저희는
based
오늘
training and
모질라 허브라는 3D
meditation.
메타버스를 VR 기기를 활용하여
So we were going to use the
동국대학교
VR
서강스님께서 개발하신
headset.
RHS 명상 프로그램의
Thank you for
이름을
joining us.
아주 짧게 줄여서 체험해
And we're going to
보면서
introduce you to RHS meditation program created by Venerable Seoul. We will use Metaverse VR headset Mozilla Hub. We have 10 volunteers in Dongguk University Library joining us in Metaverse. Professor Lee will briefly explain what is Metaverse and its history. Hello, I'm Professor Lee Yoo-seop, teaching Metaverse Contents Planning at the Dongguk University Graduate School. Today, we will talk about Metaverse and the future of meditation. Metaverse is a combination of meta plus universe. It's a coined term. Is coined by Neil Stephenson in his SF novel Snow Crash, referring to the virtual world. A peaceably boy in the book goes into metaverse using a virtual avatar and becomes the best warrior. This book has been published in 1992. So the book has inspired many scientists, and those scientists has the scientist has really spread the term and it became the buzzword since 2020. According to the KDI social media big data analysis, metaverse is mentioned the most frequently, and is especially increased rapidly since February 2021. Then what is metaverse? It is made of many things, like for instance, game graphics, contents, motion pictures, AR, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, the blockchain technology, NFC, Unreal Engine, and Unity. All the technologies are used to create metaverse. And all the companies who deal with these technologies can also be called metaverse companies. So this metaverse is really an umbrella term encompassing many different independently pre-existing technological components. This metaverse is now being used to integrate and create a new reality and content called metaverse. An extremely complex amalgam of virtual reality, mixed reality, or augmented reality, as well as blockchain and NFT technologies will make up metaverse. So there is no single technology that can be identified as metaverse, since it is an umbrella term with many components. Let's take a look at VR. MR and AR, which will be at the core of this umbrella terms. VR is virtual reality, MR is mixed reality, and AR is a augmented reality. These are the technologies that make up the metaverse, so you have to understand these terms a little bit. These are also the terms, AR, VR, the XR, they are all widely used these days, and I think this image shows at one glance the differences between these three. AR, augmented reality, is reality augmented with computer-generated images interacting with each other. On the other hand, the reality disappeared in virtual reality. Users interact with the virtual images in virtual environment. And VR required head-mounted display like Oculus. MR is a mixed reality. Virtual reality meets augmented reality in MR. Users meet virtual elements and interact with them in reality, not in virtual real environments, but they do not feel computer generated at all. You need a specialized device similar to HMV, and an example is HoloLens by Microsoft. And how do they work? Now let's take a look at how it works. It uses a stereoscopy to create 3D images. Human left eye looks at things at a slightly different angle compared to the right eye. Each eye has a different images. This binocular vision of human eyes have been known for a long time. The first 3D picture was introduced to Korea in 1850s by the Western missionaries who took 3D pictures of what they saw in Korea. These 3D pictures need 3D glasses. It's quite surprising how long this technology has been known and being used. It was actually quite popular at the time. So you can see the glass that you need to look at 3D glasses. 3D glasses you need look at the 3D images. This is basically based on the same technology. But there is an added technological element for these headsets because it uses motion tracking sensor. So motion tracking sensors used to change the images we see depending on from which direction we are sensing them. Motion tracking sensors make use of gyro sensors as well as accelerometers to change the direction and speed of the images. The VR provides realistic visual and auditory inputs, but still lacking in providing textures, tastes, or smells. Still, Metaverse is already providing quite immersive experiences with many potentials and advantages. So Metaverse will we think that fundamentally change the way we travel or the way we learn. Schools adapt Metaverse for its interactive features. The Timothy West, vice president of the Unity, said, in 50 years in the future, all the digital ideas underlying Metaverse will be seamlessly integrated into our daily life. The internet is today's most ubiquitous platform. Metaphone will be tomorrow's IT platform. Of course, there are many technological hurdles as well as concerns. It raises serious questions about privacy, fairness, and equal access, etc. There are also psychological as well as social issues. This is why the future meditation is more relevant than ever. Perhaps the psychological or social issues are more difficult to resolve than the technological issues, and I believe that's where the meditation can be of help. Now, the Venerable Eun will explain the RHS program that uses Metaverse. The RHS stand for Recover Human Spirit. This meditation program created by Venerable Seoul, professor of Dongguk University. Our state of mind changes constantly, even within a day. She finds there are 6 patterns in the state of mind. We constantly fleet from one to another. By applying meditation designed specifically to address each pattern, RHS aims to recover human spirituality and go toward the happiness one wants. The 6 patterns are based on 6 realms of samsara and called AF, TC, FI, JC, DI, PG. AF is where one predominantly experiences aggression, fear, or anger. Our mind is basically in hell realm. PC pattern is where one predominantly experiences insatiable, endless cravings. They will lead oneself and everyone around her to exhaustion, everything dried up like desert. Our mind is in the realm of hungry ghosts. FI is the state of ignorance and desire. One is blinded and driven by one's base desires, such as appetite or sexual desires, like animals. JC pattern represent jealous competition. One endlessly compares oneself to others and is obsessed with winning and self. Like asuras or demigods of samsara, we are often paranoid. DI pattern is where one asks the fundamentally human questions of who am I, the meaning of life, how to live a life. PG pattern is when one is in euphoria, like one falls in love, when a wish comes true. One is basically overcome with joy. But what is important is that these patterns never last. They constantly change. The pattern we are in today doesn't define who we are tomorrow. They don't make who we are. We believe that instead of the fixed typology, we believe human beings constantly change. We focus on these changes and how to learn to be aware of them by looking oneself and others through these lenses of change. Instead of fixed identities, we'll learn correct ways to find one's true self, communicate and live with others in a healthy way. Now, this program is metaverse based and we consider 5 things as most significant. First, for HMV device, we chose a technology that was most up to date, Oculus Quest 2, that was released in 2020. It is a standalone device with no separate OS required. It is the best commercialized technology in terms of visual effects, sensitivity to movements, to motion tracking, space effects, and interactive features. The second, for Metaverse platform, we chose an open source 3D platform, Mozilla Hub. We review all available platforms, not only 3D but also 2D or 2.5D platforms such as Special, Roblox, Jeffeto, or eFriend, but we chose Mozilla Hub. We believe 3D platform is more suitable for meditation practice programs, especially for their interactive features. I will believe that many other meditation organizations are also using similar technology. Because humans use all 5 senses to feel and communicate with the world and others, so all these experiences should be replicated as much as possible to study the subtle workings of the mind more realistically. Besides, why not use the full potential of the fourth industrial revolution? This is third is what we believe most important is creating this program. Instead of teacher-centered meditation program, RHS is where the participants let their own experiences with no or minimum guidance from the teacher. Millennials, and Zoomers, the future generations, will have meditation program tailor-made to their own unique needs. force, each participant can choose which among 6 patterns they can go into based on the test result, which can be also run simultaneously. More and more people want to measure or evaluate their present states of mind and body using various methods or devices. And the society is changing in a way that respects diverse and individualized needs of each person. The user is provided content that will suit her or his unique demands, and she can also choose when to go into the next level, how long she will meditate. She can also repeat the same level as many times as possible or wants. Lastly, multimedia contents are getting shorter and shorter these days. To make it more publicly accessible, we make each meditation session to 2 to 5 minutes. Now we will experience the meditation program that we made, and you will find many different things about the program. I hope that you will find it somewhat different from other meditation program, but I hope today's presentation will lead to a more diverse development of meditation programs in the future. Welcome. Now we will have a time to experience a metaverse-based meditation training and practice. This RHS has 6 patterns. And according to, you will get tested at which pattern you belong to on the given day. And according to that pattern, that you will have a different program. Because of the time program, we will only try the IAF pattern. First, you will try the tests to see in what a frame of mind your state of mind is. So you will see 6 pattern test, which that's what the sign says. Click and you will see the questionnaire. There are 24 questions, and if you finish the questionnaire and submit, that will tell you which pattern your mind currently is. Don't think too hard. Spend just less than maybe 5 seconds. Once you are done, you may turn back and face me again. There are 24 questions, like I say, and once it's done, the system will automatically show you the result. Now you see the result, but you don't get too hung up on the pattern, because the pattern changes all the time, which pattern you belong to. So once you are done with the pattern test, before we go into meditation, we will do a more preliminary preliminary exercise first. So now let's follow the instruction. Welcome. You just finished the questionnaire to see which pattern your mind belongs to now. There are 6 patterns. but they all change moment to moment. So you don't get fixed in one single pattern. Before we start our meditation, let's breathe together in a preliminary exercise. Let's sit comfortably and close your eyes gently. Let's take a deep breath. Slowly, naturally. Breathe in, breathe out. One more time. Breathe in, breathe out. Now, bring your attention to your mind and let's ask a question to yourself. Why am I here? We ask the question one more time. Why am I here really? The answer may not be as important as the fact that you are asking the question to yourself now. Why am I really, really here? Good. Now let's open our eyes gently. Thank you. Now, so we have asked the question ourselves why we are here. Now we can move to the next space. Let's move into the next space and meet again. Are we all here? So we had a preliminary exercise asking question to ourselves, why am I here? We try to relax our mind and body and just ready ourselves for meditation. Now you all know which pattern you belong to, and each will be given the step 1 and step 2 of the pattern meditation. Now we're gonna try the pattern step 1 and step 2 of AF pattern. I'm glad that you all find your way into this room. The AF pattern is where you experience maybe anger, aggression, some discomfort. Everyone know what that state is like. We all experienced it. Let's take a look at the experiences we have because of those emotions that arise in us. Let's close our eyes and let's try to remember the moments that happened recently that is difficult, that made me angry. But first, we're gonna have a deep breath. Breathe in, breathe out. One more time. Breathe in, breathe out. Now, let's try to remember an experience that made me a little bit uncomfortable or make me a little bit angry. Let's go back to the moment in your mind. Now, what is happening in your body? What feelings are you aware of? What thoughts that came with that sensation? Let's notice them. If it makes you too angry, instead of think of the memory, let's bring your attention to breathing. And if that breathing just calm you down a little bit and you feel okay, then maybe you can bring your attention back to the experience. Okay. Now take a deep breath one more time. Let's give ourselves one more deep breathing. Now let's open our eyes. What is important at this step is that when an emotion, like an anger, arises, at the moment it arises, we notice, I'm angry. I'm uncomfortable. So the moment it arises, you become aware. That's the key point. Thank you. Let's move to the next step. We practice the AF pattern, step 1, together. So the first step is to be aware when we got angry. When we are angry, in fact, to have a phrase to hold on to, like an anger, it really helps. So not to forget the phrase that will help you anchor you with awareness when you're angry. We will write it down and we will post it in a notice board, and then we move to the next space. Let's choose the color that will stay in your mind long. And repeat this phrase as an anchor. When I'm angry, I'm going to use this anchor to be aware. It's a simple practice, a simple exercise, but they actually are quite effective, even though it is a virtual reality. By writing it down, turn it into an activity that make it easier, make it more likely for them to remember. When I get angry, I need to remember to be aware of it. It says, be aware of anger in yellow. So everyone has a phrase that will help them to be aware of the anger when the emotion arises. Now we put it all on the notice board, and we will go to the next space for the step 2. When you're ready, we move to the next space. If you look back, there is a link that will bring you to the next space. It will just zoom you in. Now, first step when you get angry is be aware that you are angry. Then what should we do next? This is the AF pattern, step 2. Let's all try. Welcome. So in the step 1, you learn how to be aware of anger the moment that it arises. Now the second step is soothe this emotion, to take care of it, be kind to it. So let's sit comfortably and close your eyes gently. Let's give ourselves a deep breathing. Slowly, you breathe in And breathe out slowly and deeply. One more time. Breathe in, breathe out. While we are taking a deep, slow breath, please notice how your body reacts to it. And notice how your breath rocks your body, how it rolls through your body and moves it. Now, let's send our attention to your feet and scan the whole body to your head and see if you can find where this anger is felt most strongly. Let's bring your attention to the feet and just scan your whole body from feet to toe, the toe to head, and see which part of your body is reacting most strongly to this emotion of anger. If you have found it, maybe we can place your hands on that part of the body. If the part of the body is too far or is not very comfortable, maybe you send your attention and just gently put your attention there and send some warmth and comfort it. Take care of it with kindness. And maybe we can say nice things, kind words to this anger. Must have been hard, must have been hurt. I can see you're really angry because you're suffering and you're hurt. Anyone will get angry in such a situation. It's as if you have a really good friend and you try to comfort her or him when your friend is angry. And now you make a wish. May I be happy. May I be free from this suffering. May I be able to love myself. Or maybe there are any other words you may want to hear. Maybe some words that you want to hear from your best friends. Now, if you're ready, we'll gently open our eyes again. I wish that you may be happy and healthy all the time. Thank you. Now, we learn what to do when we get angry. So we learn two things, two steps, what we can do in everyday life setting when you get angry. First, you become aware that, oh, I'm angry. And then the second step is trying to find where in the body that you feel the anger most. And then you give it a soothing or comforting words or touch. So through these meditation practice, I hope that you will be able to learn how to deal with it in a more healthy way. But they may never really fully disappear. And there are some habits that you one remove from your life forever. So let's see how we can do that. Now, let's list 3 habits you want to get rid of. And when you come up with these 3 habits you want to get rid of, we'll come back. If you don't have 3 habits, if you have only 1 habit you want to get rid of now, then maybe you repeat it 3 times. Once you're finished with the labels and feel how heavy they are. Like if you want to get rid of regrets, and if this regret is actually quite big and heavy, maybe you can make it bigger. And now you just throw them into the space, into the sky. And the sky will take it. So this is the step where you write down what the habit you would like to get rid of. And you adjust the size of the label according to how big or how small you feel the habit is. And then you throw it away, make it fly away into the space. This is the virtual reality. But this throwing away, make it fly away is real, is really experienced. So maybe those who are with us today, maybe we can do it together. You write it down in your mind, and in your mind, imagine that you are throwing it away so they will fly into the sky. Oh, yeah, the screen says, oh, that's a huge hatred. But no matter how big it is, it still flies away. All these, the worries, now maybe you feel unburdened. Now, the first and second step of the A pattern is over, and now we are moved to the next space. The next space is where we can take a look at the wish or the dream we had. So this is the space for your wish and hope and dream. Let's try to see if you have an image arising in your mind when you think of that wish or the dream. Let's draw it in the space. And once you're done with drawing the image, make the image as big as possible to fill the entire space. There are selection of colors as well as the thickness of the pen that is available. We didn't really experience it in this presentation, but there are music sounds are also available. There are also several simple the interpersonal games are also available. And I can see that when we try those games and other activities, that they were able to, participants, users were able to really concentrate. It was very immersive. We believe that once the technology develop more, there can even be an AI meditation teacher who will guide the users through these processes. So once you are done with the image of your dream or wish, you can make it as big as possible. Oh, there is a car. So if it was a dream, make it as big as possible, and to fill the space with that image. When we go to a temple, sometimes they have a tree with the wish fulfilling tree with the labels with the people's wish written on. So once you're done, let's make such a label. Let's write down what our dream is, what our wish is, and let's hang it in the tree. This is the space where our aspirations and wishes and dreams will come true. Well, that's what we hope. Whatever you wish for, whatever you dream, we make this space with our wish that they will come true. So if you are still drawing, I would like us to bring it to closure. And once the drawing is done, now you put that wish into words and put them onto a label and hang it on the tree. If you're already all done, look at to your left. There is a loam. This is where we can sow the seeds of whatever you want to cultivate in your mind, whether it is freedom, love, compassion. Let's sow the seeds of the qualities that you'd like to cultivate. Is where you can plant it. Now let's wrap it up slowly. Those who are done with all the activities, you will find the link to move to the next space. We'll move back to the conference room where we started, and we will hear from you how the experience was like. Can we gather more closely together so that we can share how was it like to experience meditation in metaverse? So we have experienced RHS meditation, the 3 steps of them. It was a quite short sample. And I would like to ask each one of you how it was. And let me start. I think because we are not constrained by the space and we experienced many different spaces, and it was a lot of fun because it was the avatar that is in the space. I feel like I am freer and I can just meet others without the constraints of who I am. And I think it will be more fun for those who have never experienced like meditation before. Thank you. And who would be the next? I will. So it was a fun to experience meditation in virtual reality. I really enjoyed it. And I think that especially kids will really enjoy this experience. And they find it really easy to learn because there are drawing, there is your avatar that you can make. I think it will make it more positive and appealing for the kids to learn meditation. It's not just for kids, but even adults find it more interesting and fun to learn meditation, especially if this is your first experience. Wow, it was a quite new experience uh, that that I'm meditating in virtual reality. Wow. And also you don't have to go to the temple, you don't have to go to a center. You can meditate just no matter where you are, anywhere, anytime. And I think that VR make it easier for me to focus what I'm doing. Maybe the one last comment that I'm a beginner. It hasn't been a while that I experienced meditation. When I first started, it was kind of difficult. I mean, looking at my mind, it's not an easy task for beginners, but we are really helped. It really feels like that I'm with other people who are also just as interested in meditation as I am. And also all these activities like drawing and the throwing and it really helped me to focus, concentrate, and this is a really good tool, I think. Thank you. Now we have experienced metaverse-based meditation training and practice. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause and let's send each other hearts, big hearts. Thank you. Well, at the end of every important event, we take pictures, right? So let's have a group photo with our avatars. Let's gather together. Perfect picture session. Let's make sure your avatar will not in front of other avatars so that everyone will be on screen. I hope that you keep in mind that what you learned today, which I hope will help you to stay happy and healthy. Let's make a circle. Let's see if our avatars can make a good circle. Let's give us a big high five. Let's give ourselves high five. Thank you. Now we had a simple demo of metaverse-based meditation training and practice. This VR program is still available real time at the Central Library of Dongguk University. The program aims to suggest an example of future meditation programs suitable for the generation when well versed in VR device where the users can have active participation. Metaverse can be used for meditation for several reasons. It saves people time and energy to look for a proper place. For busy modern people, this can be the biggest advantage. For those who are interested in meditation but have no meditation centers or temples nearby available, the metaverse can be a good alternative. And for those who want to make meditation part of their everyday routine, metaverse can be very useful. People sometimes go for a meditation retreat, but often what they experience during the retreat, intensive retreat, fails to follow back into their everyday life. Metaverse will help bridge that gap. Furthermore, since avatars are employed, if you feel somewhat uncomfortable about interacting with other people, I guess it depends on what your personality is like. It would make it easier to have social engagement, to have conversations, etc. And also, animosity is what you need, or that can be available. Telecommunications started with phones and beepers. Now we have Zoom and WebEx. But before we know it, 3D virtual world, the metaverse with avatars already looms over us. A whole new world. Meditation is no longer limited to the inner world of individual. Metaverse will help make meditation an ever-present element of communication and community. Another, perhaps the most powerful keyword that defines metaverse is creativity. In the movie Matrix, Neo learns to transcend all challenges in Matrix. Likewise, we'll make all impossible possible in a metaverse and create entirely new words. The new words that we would like to create. The word that I chose, our mind is trapped in this body, material world, but metaverse will make it possible to experience an entirely new me, existing entirely new world, creating second, third, or fourth selves. In a limitless space with no restrictions, no restriction of time or space, while creating new selves and new words, I hope people will have a chance to go deeper into oneself and find the key to the lost freedom that is our birthright. Metaverse can also be used to induce realistic emotional and mood changes as we move freely into new spaces. Also, there will be no limitation on the number of people who can join meditation simultaneously. While they can all join at the same time, simultaneously, each can have tailor-made program provided for each one of them, which can only be possible in metaverse. Metaverse will particularly appeal to the ID-savvy younger generations, and the user-centered format, a departure from the old teacher-centered format, is a must for the direction for the development of the meditation training and practice to take in the future. For worldwide dissemination of meditation, metaverse will be an inevitable option transcending all national boundaries. Zhangzu, the famous Taoist master, once had a dream where he was a butterfly. When he woke up, he didn't know if he was Zhangzu, who had dreamt he was a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming he was Zhangzu. Zhangzu dreamed of a world where everyone is equal. Distinctions of high and low, heavy and light, right or wrong, beautiful and ugly don't really matter, where all is one, one is all. Metaverse also dreams of a world where the boundaries all disappear, where there are no restrictions that stop us from connecting with each other, a world of hyperconnectivity. The metaverse will help facilitate meditation, but meditation can also be one of the keys to solve all these problems the new space metaverse will create, including social and psychological issues. As much as meditation needs metaverse, metaverse in its formative years can use advantages and wisdom contained in meditation. Metaverse is developing rapidly as we speak and will continue to do so far beyond what we can imagine now. I hope the meditation and metaverse will continue to grow together and will conclude today's presentation. I'd like to use this opportunity to thank all who worked together to prepare this presentation. And now we will offer you 30 seconds physical exercise that we created in Metaverse. If I just say, let's do it together, in this hall, people probably would feel reluctant to do it. But if I give you now the VR headset and let's do it in avatar form, I don't think people will hesitate. They will just jump right in. Because you are avatar, and avatar is doing this exercise. But let's imagine that we are in a VR and we are in avatar form, present in avatar form. Now let's exercise together. Let's soften our body and mind. Let's our link shoulders together and become old friends. We will continue to study the advantages of metaverse so that they can be used to disseminate meditation to a wider public, and may we all be happy and healthy. Thank you for listening. Metaverse technology is developing extremely rapidly. By applying this cutting-edge technology to meditation, we can explore and expand new potentials of the meditation training. Let's have a 2-hour lunch break. See you at 2 p.m. when Dr. Choi Jung-ho from School of Medicine at Catholic University. Just an announcement, there is no space available to have lunch within the campus.
좋은 오후입니다.
It's another great afternoon. I hope all of you had enjoyable lunch. Dr. Choi Jung-ho will open the fourth session of this afternoon with a presentation titled The Future of Meditation from the Perspectives of Daily Routine, Virtual Space, and Clinical Setting. Thank you. Thank you. I am Choi Jung-ho. I was asked to present about the future of meditation, and it is even demanding to study the future of meditation when even I don't know even about is present. But I'm a psychiatrist who's practicing in a hospital, and let me take off the mask. Thank you. I try to observe the quarantine regulation. So I tried to present this the future of meditation in three perspectives. I cannot. So when I look at the Chinese character of prediction, in Korean is yeon. The first definition is prediction, anticipation of the future. But the second notation, the first character use the deposit or interest, like we deposit money in the bank. So whatever is entrusted to my wisdom, I will try to share with you and try to anticipate good story and bad story of the near future based on what I have experienced and current situation. At least I think I can anticipate near future, not the distant future. Of course, I have to know the past and the current status of meditation to anticipate future. So I have practiced meditation so far, but so far you must have experience of meditation too. But first we have to go back to the past and see that a little bit, cover a little bit of the history. What I try to convey is the definition of meditation is very different and diverse. There, as you can see on the slide, there are the definitions of secular dimension, religious dimension, spiritual dimension, and philosophical dimension. And somebody say the deeper layer of mind. So everyone try to define it from the environment they are facing. And even scholars have many different definitions. There are too many definitions. So inner reflection, non-analytical concentration skills, pure attention, to bring one thought to the venue of observation. There are many different ones. But so I tried to look up the dictionary because I tried Webster, Cambridge, and Oxford, and they all had different definition about the same word, the same term. So dictionaries which are supposed to give simple and clear definition, but they defined it differently. So I cannot just make a conclusion. So in English, two words are used concurrently: meditation and contemplation. Of course, if you see the contemplation is compound word. Con means with and templum means altar, and it is to observe the self from the perspective of the flight of birds. So experience is important, and to express it in wording, to express the expression with wording is also important, but still very different definition, diverse. And meditation is a very important spiritual heritage throughout human history and is related to all major religious traditions like Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, Judaism, Christianity, Islamism. So, so I just try to share this with you. In Chile, there's a scholar named Claudio Naranjo, and he identified 6 different dimensions of meditative practice or experience organized around 3 polarities. One pole is non-doing and letting go. So non-doing means I do not do anything. And on the other pole of this non-doing is just let go and let it be. So it is like some say the consciousness of creation of the universe, and so there are 6 different polarities on here, and there is one pole called mindfulness, and it is just pay attention. And since on the other side of mindfulness is transcendental center. This is anyway. So trying to pay attention to something was mindfulness. And transcendental indifference is also, these six different items can be some polarities, but maybe part of dialectic. So anyway, Dr. Naranjo organized this, and he said the 3 items on the left are pursued by the east and represented by the moon. On the right is the pursued by west and represented by sun. And he added one more pole on this diagram, and two dimensions here is gnosis and non-self, which is a suspended ego. So this looks like a different spectrum from the common meditation definition, but this is another dimension of understanding of meditation. That's what I think. So meditation is different to every meditation practice, so it is difficult to pinpoint just one and this is meditation, but so many aspects are connected. So we have looked at the history of meditation, and that covered the past of meditation. What about the present? Yesterday, Dr. Igangu presented, and I searched meditation in the Google Trend. The history is about 20 years. So this is the numbers are not absolute, but the maximum is 100. All numbers are relative. So it just shows that which region searches the word meditation using the Google portal. So of course, the advanced countries like United States, Europe, and the Australia. But Korea, it, Korea doesn't show very blue light, but it seems to be increasing. So, beginning from 2004, mindfulness was kind of surged in Google search. So, mindfulness was searched more than meditation. Still, you can see the both North America and South America show great interest in mindfulness. This is popular statistics. So we cannot say this is very correct scholastic statistics, but globally about 200 to 500 million people are practicing meditation. So in America, about 14% of U.S. adults have tried meditation at least once. It, so, so, so meditation population has risen in about similar level as yoga. About in Korea, we are not sure, unfortunately. Some scholars say 10% of Korean population tried at least once meditation. The Mungyong Global Meditation Village was launched, and it had said we will introduce TM meditation to 1% of Korean population. So I'm not sure. Maybe about 1% or 3% of Korean population have experienced meditation. So considering America is 14%, America's rate is 14%, I was curious. So America, about 7% of children also practice meditation. And others, about 12%. Oh. Why do they practice meditation? General wellness, to improve energy, 또는 or increase memory focus. So if something is increasing, there's a an industry growth follows. So steadily growing global meditation market. So they will there. So industry has a prediction that the meditation market will surge rapidly, but compared to other region of the world, Asian market should advance rapidly. So I hope this conference have some effect so that the meditation population in Asia could explode or grow rapidly. That's my hope. So anyway, meditation, there are something else that is increasing these days. Business these days, economics is difficult, but there are things some enjoying popularity. Golf populations increased greatly because due to pandemic era, many people were just confined inside. So So golf population just increased beyond our imagination. Why? We try to find the reason. It so the accessibility was easier, like the screen golf in your neighborhood. You can visit this little screen golf club, and there are many golf programs on TV. Once you see people playing golf on TV, you have this curiosity, you have this desire. I want to try it. And another trend that is rising these days is camping. So I am one of them. I have become a camping mania because I was just I couldn't go outside because it was contact-free era. So so and one other thing is rising popularity of retro style camping gear. Very old style stove was popular. Why? Because we were just cramped, we were just cooped up, and some people on TV screen enjoy free space outside. So I want to try it, and once you try it, oh, it is so good. I'm excited, and and the it is kind of virtuous cycle. You see something on TV, you try it, and this enjoying population also represented on TV again. So this is virtuous cycle. So this is kind of spiral development toward a higher increased volume of industry. So experience of population. So temple stay become popular, and it's kind of is one way of bringing meditation more accessible to the public. And there are so many different apps in Korea and all over the world. We cannot just say this is best quality against the cost. So we cannot say that easily. Because we are bored. We so there have been many different attempts to make meditation more accessible. There are too many to mention here, but I try to introduce a few here. So there's a Muse, it is a brain sensing headband, and so whatever you catch from neurofeedback, you provide custom tailored meditation content. And there's Limina provides 100 different meditation sessions, guiding the user to a mental state of calm and peace. And this is very popular. Core with vibration feature, it provides breathing technique training and focused attention. It also uses audio and diverse stimulations as a meditation aid. Recently, there's a meditation part appeared. This has been developed in Japan. You go inside the part and just close the top, and they the advertisements say the flow of air very conducive to meditation. They also integrate sound, light, and clinical Japanese studies show they activate parasympathetic and the quiet the sympathetic nervous system. If you don't feel closed, you don't like this. So there is semi-closed device like Somadom. And there is float tank, flotation tank or isolation tank. This is lukewarm water of magnesium sulfate solution. One experiences minimal sensory stimulation when inside the tank. I participate in developing this device in clinical aspect, and this has been released in Korea. So today, I'm trying to present the meditation future in terms of daily routine. So in daily life, there are many things that help us to access meditation better. So I also I also participated in developing this body-friendly massage chair, and the Korean Academy of Meditation in Medicine participated in this massage program development. When we move from the daily life to virtual space, we are just entering this era of virtual reality. For example, Oculus is many people use this, and it is easily available, and you can move from the first dimension reality to three-dimensional, and there are also very diverse devices for virtual reality, and many are very reasonably priced. And Wise Mind was interesting for me. If you move left hand, following the black ball, you can just feel like you are doing it well, even without you have this offline instructions of whatever Tai Chi or whatever exercise. So VR had their kind of advantages. So for our patients, VR using movement was very helpful. So which foot do you put your weight? So when a patient put their weight on the right, if they can see that on the screen, they found it very interesting, and we made avatars for the patient and the therapist or doctor, and try to communicate with them. Some people don't like create their avatar, but as a therapist or as a physician, I made my own avatar. So we made 3D animation, and we applied the sensor, and whatever the patients move, the avatar can represent the movement. So in virtual space, we apply friendly avatar, and we adapt their movement. So on the metaverse, we can just realize their movement. So for people who doesn't like socialize very much, if they use avatar, or if we use this treatment on virtual reality, it makes it a little easier. So we can make drug treatment or psychological support more easier. So if there is a financial problem, this is myself, my avatar in the metaverse. This I have. I didn't buy any items, so this is just. You can do it very cheaply. There are program called Geppetto. I am Zen Master Hoyer, Geppetto. I'll do meditation session with you. So be seated comfortably. How about it? I can make metaverse. On metaverse, I can create my own space, and my voice was kind of very solemn, like a Zen master. So I can put on many different costumes if I buy these clothes on virtual space. But if I visit the virtual space 3 times every day for 3 days, they provide me this garment free. Now, so let's see my video again. From now on, we'll begin movement meditation. I can try my avatar move like it doesn't look myself, right? I can dance. Actually, I don't dance very well, but this avatar can dance very well. Okay. Also, I can put my avatar as I am in my lab. Oh, metaverse is very novel. Let's find out more details about it. If you have any questions, please use the chat window, and we can have an interesting discussion on the chat window. Thank you. So the movement can be synchronized with mind. So these days it is too easy to move myself to virtual space. If I think about the future, and so the meditation experience in daily life and also virtual space will become more abundant. You can really feel it in your skin. That's what I can say. And there is a National Library Medicine, and there's resources called PubMed. Yes, there are many. I searched it with the keyword mindfulness, and papers you can find in this site are really increasing every day. So long time ago, there are not many items related to mind. So there are some, but in 1990 there was on meditation on good. So there are research surge in diverse areas of mindfulness, and mindfulness is connected to all fields of mental health, as you can see on the slide. So So in our academic society, it was established in 2017, Korean Academy of Meditation in Medicine. We had the first General Assembly. So our mission was, how can we apply meditation to clinical setting? So in our hospital, probably we practiced meditation about 15 years. So probably we practice it longest among the university hospitals. So if you see the top left corner, this is mindful meditation for balanced body and mind. And we published research papers on mental health and meditation. So we used the ACT, acceptance and commitment therapy, and some others. So but we planned research for 2 years, but due to this COVID pandemic, we couldn't continue it. So we offered mindful positive psychology training called MPPT on Zoom. So I will briefly introduce about this MPPT. And we did online research about this MPPT group. So, TAU is the common treatment, and MPPT used meditation. So what was the difference? So for the needless to say, the group who also had meditation had better benefit of therapy than the conventional treatment group. So what's interesting is, so even from online practice, this effect from meditation was visible. So we have this program called Bamaum. It was developed by people. We have this pool of resources. We have many different experts from many different areas, like Tai Chi, Feldenkrais, Alexander technique. So we also created the Bamaum movement meditation online. Let's look at another topic. So for the past 2 days, you have heard of mindfulness. So mindfulness meditation brings change in the brain region. So it's a reductionist point of view. So it regulates attention and emotion. And these effects are well known, and lots of researches validate these effects. Meditators had a prefrontal area, more stimulation there, or cingulate area. It is also known, but anyhow, all these effects are known, and I can say that meditation changed the areas of brain region. We can replicate this theory. I was thinking reversely. Yeah. I was thinking or years ago, I was studying shaman who was possessed by spirit. So I examined their singulate as just like the meditators, the possessed by spirit, their singulate also was stimulated. Also, pro gamers' brain were examined, and brain change of meditators was similar to brain change of pro gamers. The stimulated brain region was the same between meditators and pro gamers, and between shamans possessed by spirit and meditators. So if I exaggerate a little, that is 20 years ago, that is myself 20 years ago. In 2002, I tried this TMS, transcranial stimulation, magnetic stimulation. I used TMS and give this magnetic stimulation, and the cingulate again stimulated, which correspond to the areas of meditators. There are many home treatment devices you can use which make your brain the same as the meditator's brain. So if you try TMS with mindful, if you integrate TMS to mindfulness, the effect will be better. So but one thing I'd like to say is there can be great error or mistake. Even though the same area of brain is changed, in real life experience, the quality will be the same. That is the question. So Adyashanti said this: true meditation has no direction or goal or method. So there's meditation. To meditate well has not much meaning. We try not to control or regulate. So if you see the stimulation we designed, it was all intentional planning and design. And even trying that could make us caught up in certain mental state or our intention. So meditators experience many of these different feelings or states. Most of people say peace, calm, and joy. And at the bottom, existence, ultimate, reality, and eternity, consummate experience. They don't, but not many people experience this. So meditators can try to reach. If meditators reach this, it will be good. But I don't think it will be our final destination. As I presented this Claudio Naranjo's there diagram, many people practice experience are mostly circle around this mindfulness. So even in my case, it will be better. Doing a little will be better than doing nothing. But eh, but when camping has been popular, what happened was because of this popularity of camping, many people just left this trash behind. So beautiful nature were damaged by these campers. Camping was supposed to enjoy nature, but they just damaged the nature. And inappropriate behaviors at golf courses made players unpleasant. And if meditation become popularized in meditation ecological environment, this won't happen. I hope not, but I am worried. Personally, all pseudo religion, what I think, the founders of all pseudo religion or cult movement, they just created their idea in the meditative state. The world story could be in the future. Many we can expect this for the worst. We can expect this. So many people suggested the danger of meditation. So people who had some trauma can have some bad negative side effect out of meditation if they don't have if they are not accompanied by some good doctor, and some people commit suicide. Some people say I am very special person. I'm just projecting the negative side effect of long-term meditation. This could happen. So somebody just say that I have seen the light. So, but if practice, so Ken Wilber said, clean up, wake up, and grow up. These frames are important for meditation practice. We need to be purified, we need to clean up, then we have to wake up, enlighten, then we have to grow up and develop. Unless we are developed in these three areas, meditation itself, meditation alone won't help us. Then what can we do? Joseph Pierce is an educational philosopher, and his son had many issues. So as a father, he tried many things, but it didn't work. And his son met with Swami Muktananda. So, This momentary encounter with the Guru brought great change in his son's life. So he made up this Guru principle. Great beings have prepared themselves to enter the supreme realm called the state of the self based on relentless inner training and meditation. And these kind of people are around us. It is real. When we go near them or when we stay and when we present when we stay near them, we get affected. We are influenced by their energy and by their light. So when you have a concrete experience, and they can help us to concretely experience this higher state of meditation or mental state. That there would be somewhere near us or around us. We, all of us, need this kind of experience. We practice meditation because each of us want to have this kind of meditation and transform. And diverse methods to reach this experience can pop up from our dimension of daily life and dimension of virtual reality. But calm, reaching the calmness and the relief of some suffering symptoms is not the future of meditation, I think. And we need to learn from the great teachers who have practiced and who know how to do this. And we need to embody our great experience and put it into practice. When we can do that, meditation can lead us to become, each of us can become great being. And the world, if not, the world become total failure. So, if this world is just like the present, the future of meditation hasn't come yet. But if this world is improves for the better, the future of meditation will become better. And what kind of future will come to us? That is our future of meditation. If meditation doesn't go well on its desired path, our future will not be bright. So what can we do to bring brighter future for meditation? And thank you for your attention. And we have many programs through which we can meet better gurus. So let's cultivate mind together. Thank you. Thank you for your great presentation. We have 10 minutes question and answer session. We have 3 questions in line. Although meditation is getting more popularized, many people don't have clear ideas about meditation. I wonder how the medical community sees meditation and how are you going to make good use of it? This is asking the meditation applied to ordinary people and meditation used by the medical community. Some doctors use their personal experience from meditation and integrate it into their treatment. This is the beginning stage of that. As you are well know of, so far at present, meditation is applied related to mental health. So, in the psychiatry, with the third wave of psychiatry, many alternative methods were introduced. So, many doctors begin to have interest in what meditation is and what are other methods available. But unless it is embodied and you personally experience, you cannot integrate it in your practice. So recently, many psychiatric doctors try to learn it, and some of them begin to integrate into their practice. What I like is camping, and because if one recommends it only what they like, so uh, so if you don't experience it, you cannot guide them like the camping experience. So it is the beginning phase of applying it in mental health. The beyond mental health, we can apply it pain treatment in in medical community. There are many insatiable desires. Philosophies say in philosophy, if what I say is proves to be wrong, the foundation of philosophy is shaken. But in medicine, if one theory, one treatment is proved wrong, you just adopt a new treatment. So that can be a better aspect of medicine. So, so many new development and better ways and better instruments were adopted by modern medicine. And so meditation practiced by ordinary people, meditation practiced by medical community, they are a difference. In medical community, unless it is proven to be very effective, they try not to use it. So we have to accumulate a tremendous amount of evidence to persuade some doctor to use some new device or some new way of treatment. So the development of integrating meditation in medical community will be very slow compared to ordinary people. This is second question. When meditation proliferates without any specific guidelines based on apps or metaverse, some unexpected issues can arise. What measures do we have to prevent this phenomenon? There is no alternative. There is no plan to prevent this. So, whenever you practice meditation, you are supposed to practice guided by teacher. If you have no teacher, you better practice with other brothers and sisters. So, in this pandemic era, some people, many device helps you to practice it alone, but it just has a potential to be very harmful. So I am very concerned. Of course, it would the some what is some bad results won't happen to the beginners. It'll be those who do it continuously or to cross the midline. So new experience can be refreshing or can be shocking. So always be accompanied by a guide or by fellows in a group. So if you can find a good guide or teacher, and if there is a system to monitor your advancement, it will be best. Thank you. This is the last question. In the virtual space, meditation experience in the virtual space, and meditation in the ordinary world are advanced well. I cannot talk about the future of this specifically in Korean standard. In 1941, if there was digital in the title of the research project, we were able to get great funding, lots of funding. So still, some things related to digital world, lots of research grants are given. So about creating digital platform, something related to the fourth industrial revolution. Lots of researches are sprouting now, but the hospital system also has many hospitals have this digital platform. So this has been developed for a while, but until when this will continue? As with everything, so as a human being, if we enter metaverse, and we created AI. AI became a guru, and we are not sure if that will happen. But in the current system, I think what we do offline and what we do online is at present is almost similar. People who are used to offline meditation, if they come into the online first, they find it strange, unfamiliar. But we have a good program. If we have a good program, and if we continue it become popular, and people, practitioners get benefits. So there are clear difference between the good place and bad place, and good program, bad program. And even among programs enjoying this rapid development and advancement, still there are good aspects and bad aspects. In some respect, the strong point of medicine is it is very refined and detailed. So if you do this and this is illegal. And medicine is prepared for that. But still, there are many illegal medical practice just happening. So, clear and immaculate validation is difficult, but meditation world should apply this standard, I think.
Now, the next session is the last part of the 3-day conference, and it is a theme as the role of Korean meditation in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. 3 presenters prepared it together. The sister Choi Hyun-min, director of the Seton Interreligious Research Center, will start, followed by Dr. Park Yong-han, chair of the Korean Academy of Meditation in Medicine. And the last but not least, Venerable Seokwang. Each presenter will make 30-minute individual presentation and then have a discussion together. The sister Choi Hyun-min is a director of Seton Interreligious Research Center, and the Seton Interreligious Research Center is a research institute that is with the aim of fostering goodwill among religions. Thank you. Before I start my presentation, before I start my presentation, I would like to take a look at what Yuval Harari was talking about meditation, who became a best-selling writer. In his book, 21 Lessons for the 21st Century, he strongly criticized the institutions of religions. He claimed that humanity no longer finds meaning or value in traditional religions, seeking a new spiritual path through meditation. Why does he believe that humanity must urgently take on meditation? Harari predicts in his book that all future religions will be replaced by big data. According to Harari, humans in modern society live in virtual reality manipulated big data algorithms. They must wake up to the essentially fictional nature of the consciousness to be the masters of their own destiny, and this requires meditation to gain deep insight into their minds. And he believed that through meditation that humankind can finally face its own suffering. He believed that all the sufferings that humanity has experienced so far is because of the ignorance. And to be free from suffering, that we need meditation to look into our inner reality. Harari learned Buddhist view through Goenka meditation. He believes that all human stories from a secular point of view are ultimately fictionalized story. And he claims that the religious myths are the most dangerous of all the fictional stories that humanity created. So, as he says, all religious experience humanity have had so far, are they just fiction? The Christianity has a long history. It's based upon a real history that Israeli people have lived. In the prophets in the Old Testament proclaim the destruction of their own people who turn their backs on God's will and be complacent with false peace. Their prophet their prophecies are not imagined fiction, but part of inner awakening earned by facing the realities of their time. It is the contemplative tradition that Jesus himself succeeded and forms an important aspect of the history of Christianity. So is Christianity how does the Christianity is practicing meditation, which according to Harari is the center of new spirituality. Christianity, praising God's love, is based on the life and teachings of Jesus of Nazareth and eventually the memory of his death 2,000 years ago. Therefore, meditation is one of the ways to follow Jesus Christ. Just as Jesus achieved the union with God through prayers, Christians can live in the communion with God through prayers. The core of Christian prayer is ruminating on Jesus' teaching, chewing over the words from Scripture into their mouth, and kept chewing until one lives in a constant communion with Jesus. He must become greater. I must become less, the Bible says. After the last great persecution of Christians in the 3rd century, those who deplored the secularization of the church following the rapid expansion of Christianity forsook material goods and went to the desert. They ceaselessly recite mantras engaging both mind and mouth without resorting to their analytic or imaginative faculties. These desert fathers used a word or a phrase from the scripture as a mantra. One of the most famous one is from the Psalms. This mantra, we call it mantra prayer, and one of the best known is the hasten, O God, to save me, O Lord, come quickly to help me. They use this as a mantra. And sometimes this prayer is used in the original language of Jesus, in Aram, and in Maranatha. And this become eventually centering prayer created by the friar, the John Main. After the Father John Main passed away, in 1984, we have a John Main seminar every year. And in 1994, Dalai Lama has participated in this seminar and had a series of lectures on the words of Jesus Christ in the Bible. And that the contents of Dalai Lama's the lectures are prescribed and made into a book, which is also translated into Korean. To modern people, simplicity is a challenge, but it is such simplicity that leads us to the poverty of spirit and the purity of heart. That Jesus has taught us that the blessed are the poor in spirit, the blessed are the pure in heart. When it says the spirit is poor or the heart is a spirit is poor and heart is pure, that just means that is the spiritual it's the spiritual state that Desert Father tried to achieve through mantra prayers. And the Eastern Orthodox Church has a very similar prayer practice. So, the Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on us. This praise is just repeated over and over and over again. Sometimes we say just, Lord, have mercy. Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. These are the shorter forms, and it's also being repeated. Sometimes the Jesus prayer is recited to the beat of the heart or the rhythm of the breath. So in breath, you said, Lord Jesus Christ. Out breath, have mercy on me. So sometimes it's being practiced like that. So Jesus prayer leads the practitioner to the state of the Hezekiah, meaning stillness, rest, quiet, and silence, where one ceases to register senses. And there is also the tradition of Lectio Divina in Catholic Church, which means divine reading. It started, the prayer dated back to the 3rd century. It took a part of the text or the phrase from the Bible. They read it aloud and then at the same time contemplate on it. And it started by Carthusian monk Guillaume II during the 12th century in the early days of scholasticism. And it has 4 steps, and the first step is Lectio, which is reading it aloud. And second step is meditatio, reflecting. Third is oratio, it's responding through prayer. And the fourth is contemplatio, resting in God's presence. Lectio literally means reading the part of the Bible aloud, and meditatio is also called luminatio. It's ruminating on the words. It's like the animal, like spit it out and chew it again, and then swallow, spit it out, chew it again. So the word rumination came from the animal's behavior. Like animals, we just keep chewing on the same words from the Bible so that it will go into your heart and become flesh there. So it's a way of a prayer. So the meditatio started with rumination, but with the influence of scholasticism, it had become to have more logical, analytic elements. So today, the meditatio these days is a little different. So there is more logical or rational aspects to it now. The third step is oratio. Oratio is a form of effective prayer that engages the heart, the irrational and appetitive, the aspects of the soul. So it uses a more irrational or appetitive aspect, passion aspect, rather than the mind, the rational or logical aspect. The fourth is the responding to the God's word. A contemplatio is resting in God's presence. So the contemplatio is remaining God's presence, finding rest there. So all these practices are very simple in form. The mantra prayer, the Jesus prayer, and the Lectio Divina all aim to achieve the purity in spirit and purity of heart and communion with the God. When we do something, if we strive too much, we give up also easily. But something just become the habit, then it changes you. It just transforms you. So it's important to make sure that it become embodied part of your being and become a habit. But all prayers eventually try to achieve the state of contemplation. But the contemplation was known to be the practice of enclosed monastic orders rather than the prayer method for lay Christians. But then in 1962, after the Second Vatican Council, many young people turned to Eastern practices such as Buddhism or Hinduism for contemplative work. So Christian monastic community set out to find ways to present those practices in a more accessible and organized way. One of the most well-known form of this contemplative practice is centering prayer. Centering prayer draws on the tradition of apophatic theology. The term apophatic theology appears in mystical theology written by Pseudo Dionysius. The opposite of the apophatic theology is cataphatic, which is positive theology. Approach God or the divine by affirmation or positive statements or images about what God is. On the other hand, the negative theology is that approach God by negation, by emptying the mind of all statements or images and seeking to directly experience the divine reality in a passive way. Now, let's look at the origin of centering prayer. Centering prayer can be traced to Eva Thomas Keating and Father William Menninger and Basil Pennington. They based on their practice the Cloud of Unknowing, the famous book Cloud of Unknowing. This book, The Cloud of Unknowing, is from the late 14th century, and it is written by a monk in 14th century England. This is based on the apophatic theology, as I mentioned, and union with the God can be realized only through the love of God. So by staying in the cloud of unknowing, you can be one with God. So if you look at the book, instead of choosing a multi-word phrase, it recommends instead use just a one-syllable or one-word prayer. And the same principle applies to the centering prayer, which calls it a sacred word. And let me introduce you how to practice centering prayer. So, in the centering prayer, one stays with one sincere intention to be in the Lord's presence and open to His divine actions present within oneself. Choose a sacred word that best supports your sincere intention to be in the God's presence. You can choose anything that is relevant. It can be Christ, Jesus, Lord, Jesus Christ, peace, love, compassion. Sit comfortably with your eyes closed. Let the world be gently present as symbol of your sincere intention to be in the God's presence and open to His divine action within you. So once when you stay in that practice, of course, something come up in your mind, which are thoughts. But no matter what thoughts arise in your mind, whenever you become aware of any thought, simply return to your sacred word. So what is different from mantra prayer is that you use the sacred word instead of repeating it only when the thoughts come up. And you use it as an anchor to return to the presence of God. So you have to trust the Holy Spirit works to work to purify your unconsciousness. So it is kind of passive way of praying. And there are the processes that you would experience. They are called night of the senses and the night of the spirit. The night of the senses is the purgative process of purifying the sensory appetites hidden in the unconscious, such as the desire for survival, safety, attachment and respect, or power or control. So night of the senses are the process where all these hidden sensory appetites are being purified. And sometimes there will still some remain in our minds even after the night of the senses. That is the ego, the attachment to the ego. And to let go of the attachment to ego, we need a night of the spirit. So through the night of the senses and the night of the spirit, all the remnants of appetite or desires for sin is vanquished. The night of the senses and the night of the spirit is first produced by the dark. It's the first created by the Saint John of the Cross, who created the term the dark night of the soul. He likened the contemplation to the fire that penetrates a log of wood. We are like a log of wood in fire, which exposes and uproots its ungainly desires until it is transformed into what it meant to be. He uses the concept todo and nada. Nada is ego. That ego becomes nothing. And once the ego becomes nothing, it reveals the presence of God. That's how the Saint John of the Cross described the process of contemplation. Now I briefly explain about the contemplation. The contemplative prayer, though in Christian church, we believe that has to translate into society. That's a very important part of the contemplation. And Father Thomas Martin described it most beautifully. The American Trappist monk. He used to believe that the life is separate, life in the monastery and life in secular world. However, that he had an experience that they are not separate at all. That when he traveled to downtown Louisville running errands, he had some spiritual experience. This is from his book. In the center of the shopping district, I was suddenly overwhelmed with the realization that I love all those people, that they are mine and I theirs. And we could not be alien to another, even though we are total strangers. It was like waking from a dream of separateness, of spurious self-isolation in a special world, the world of reunification and supposed holiness. To think that for 16, 17 years I have been taking serious this pure illusion that is implicit in so much of our monastic thinking. After this experience, his life radically changed. He was very much involved now in those social issues. So when your ego disappears, what remains is the relationship, the network of being that connected to everything in this world. Thomas Merton had showed through his life that. And as a conclusion, I'll talk more about how Christian prayer meets Buddhist meditation. The Christian prayers have much in common with Mahayana Buddhism, whose final spiritual goal is to benefit oneself and others. The last of the 10 ox herding pictures depicts an enlightened master who translating his wisdom into compassionate actions, basically bringing the fruits of his wisdom to the world. And that's, I think, where the Christianity meets Buddhism. So instead of just staying in the wisdom of emptiness and stay there, you go out into the world and hold hands with the sentient beings. That's the perfection. That's the perfection of your practice. And Master Wonhyo also said the similar thing. The ones truly enlightened and in nirvana, one cannot stay there. That the enlightenment pushes you to go into the world. They send you to the market, and then there he dances. And that benefit oneself and others is what the Mahayana Buddhism aims, and that tradition still continues to this day. For 3 days, I had a chance to listen to the presentation on meditation and where it is going, where it should be going. I think not only the meditation should pursue the calmness and peace of the individual mind. I think that's only the half the truth. So eventually, that meditation should help find the balance between the benefit oneself from meditation with the benefiting others as well. Each religion is tasked to develop its own unique meditation technique to suit modern society. I introduced the various forms of prayer practice in the Catholic Church. There was this very simple prayer from an early church, which I believe should be restored in the modern world. Like the desert fathers of the time of Constantine, modern Christians also must build a closed room in their mind, like the Matthew says in the Bible. And the Catholic tradition has a firm principle of rejecting nothing what is true and holy in other religions. That is a very official and formal standing of the Church. So we have an official letter published by the by the by the Palpal authorities.
앞으로 기회가 보다 동양의 어떤 수행 정통과의 교류를 통해서
So through the exchanges with the Eastern
새롭게
religious,
새롭게 있지
I
않을까
hope
그런 기대와 희망을
that
갖고 있습니다.
we can enrich the Christian meditation tradition further, and I hope this conference will serve as one of the occasions that will make it happen in reality.
기대하면서 저의 강의를 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for your presentation, Sister Che. And the Venerable Chongbom is one of the researchers working with Sister Che at the Seton. It is the Seton Interreligious the Research Institute. Now the next presenter is Dr. Park Yong-han, Chair of the Korean Academy of Meditation in Medicine.
안녕하세요.
Hello. I know you must be all very tired.
저는 이제 뭐 이렇게 어떤 제가 많이 알고 있는 걸
Instead of trying to teach you
하시라고 말씀드리고 싶진 않아요.
and ask you to learn new things,
좀 탑업 방식으로.
but I would like to have a discussion more bottom-up way.
부다의
So the title of my presentation is Cognitive Revolution of Buddha, which happened in Homo sapiens about 70,000 years ago, and as a result, that Homo sapiens become the dominant species on the earth. But also,
자초하게 됐죠.
we create a lot of suffering. So I was wondering what we have forgotten and how can we restore it in our life.
자, 마음을 좀 편하게 해주시고
Now let's try to put our mind at ease. Can we relax our mind?
본인 안으로
Now let's go back inside
내려놓으시고 내일
of your own mind. Let's let go of everything, including even knowing your own name.
상을 좀 해볼까요?
And let's looking back.
영상을 이렇게 이제 여러분들한테 말씀을 드릴 때
When we talk about meditation,
영상이 좋으니까 하시면 좋을 거예요.
we always say, oh, meditation is good. Why don't you do it? It's actually difficult. I'm a psychiatrist.
괴로워서 오시잖아요.
And people come to me because they're suffering.
정신과 선생님들 또 심리 치료하시는 분들
The psychiatrists and the therapists,
분명히 괴로움을 갖고
they're all same. They
일반적으로 우리가
come to us because they're suffering.
내용을 얘기해도 그렇구나 하고서는
But
머릿속으로는 이제 지식이
when I try to tell them how great meditation, they may agree in head, but it's difficult for them to have a taste. Experience, especially the older the patients are, it's harder to actually talk them into trying meditation.
센터에 한 80살 정도 되는 분이
I have this experience that I have in my trauma center, the patient who is 80 years old. It's difficult. But when when I look back, why I started meditation, everyone has a reason. Everyone has a motive. For me, it was
좀 그랬어요. 강박적인
I was a bit obsessive compulsive,
것이 굉장히 무릎이 많았던 것 같아요.
and that created a lot of suffering in me. Can you look back and can you find that moment when you ask that important question to yourself? Or when do you stop asking the question of who am I? And according to a study I saw, 95% of people when they pray when they're young, they all ask the question, but
쉽게 이제
at some point they
알아보는
forget to
저희
ask this
어르신을
question.
봤을 때 공황 장애가 있어도
My mother,
바로
looking back,
수술을
had a
받아서
panic
사실은 굉장히
disorder, and my father
안정한 상태에서 진행됐던 건데 저희
depend
슈퍼바이저가
heavily
수술을
on
보여주고 있었어요.
alcohol.
기절인데
And I think I had a rather unstable childhood. My supervisor says that I kept to that question, who am I, when I was young, because my childhood was rather
제가
unstable.
이제 부모님한테 뭐 제가 좀 약간 ADHD 증상이 있어서
And I had the
사실은 호기심보다 나는
AHDH.
없었어요.
I
그래서
was very curious child, very
조카들이
active,
너무 혼내시고
but my
또 한편으로는
parents scolded me.
별방에 가서 혼자서 울고
And
그러다가 이제 아침
I
일어날
would go into the
때면
closet, cry
너무 신기한
alone.
거예요.
But in the
아침에
morning,
하늘을 보거나
I
이렇게
look at the
되면
sky,
아주
I
새롭게
walk
시작되는
out.
순간
It's like the
저녁이
world is
시작했는데
starting
이렇게
anew.
혼자는 또 이렇게 듯이 맑은
And
마음으로
every
이렇게
morning, I was happy, full of joy. I would look at the flower,
안녕하니까 신이 났다
I
그런 식으로
caught
했었거든요.
insects.
근데 어느 날 제가 한
But
6살 정도
then, when I
됐는데
was 6 years old,
제가 혼자서 안방에서 텔레비전을 보고
I was
있었는데
watching TV
안방에서
in
텔레비전에
the living
뭐가
room,
나왔냐면
and on TV,
오래된 장례식 그러니까
there is
전통
a
장례식이라고
traditional
전통
funeral
장례식이었는데요.
going on.
사람이 완전히 죽고
And I realized
떠나야
that,
된다. 이런 식의 얘기가
I mean,
제가 굉장히 깜짝 놀랐어요.
we're gonna all die? We all gonna
내가 여기 영원히 있는 게 아니라
leave this world? That really shocked me. I'm not gonna stay here forever?
이런 생각이 들면서 굉장히
Death? What is it? I'm leaving this world?
저는 그 질문을
It created great anxiety in me.
찾을 길이 없어서
At the time, I couldn't find the answer.
그냥 천진난만
So again, I was a child. The next day, I forget. I was happy again. But then I had a pneumonia. So I went to the hospital to get an x-ray. And I saw there is something in my lung. I was looking like the chicken bone. And this is the first time I saw myself in an X-ray image, and the bones look really like the chicken bones I had, and that shocked me again. So I'm not that different from chicken or dogs in the skeleton structure. And I mean, at that age, when you're young, sometimes you manage to look up and look at the galaxy.
그래서 제가 이제 정신과에서는 그 처음에 그 얘기 하기 전에 제가 말씀드린
Before going to that, often in psychiatrists that we ask a patient, what is your earliest recollection?
그 사람의 삶에 가장 핵심적인 감정을
That first memory creates the core of the person's emotional self.
굉장히 말씀드리는지
So, they say this memory, that memory. Why don't you try? What is your earliest memory?
근데 되게 보면 몇 살 때 기억이신가 물어보면
And when I ask them, when was it? They usually say 3, 4, 5. That's after your language capability, the thinking ability is already formed. So you usually remember a story. But that's called narrative memory. But when you were born, you don't have that. So you may have this kind of fleeting image, but no story, no narrative image. So when you ask your patients, what were you like when you were born? Of course they don't. They say they don't know. And then I show this picture, and they say, oh, they look so happy. They look so innocent. That this is who you are. This is who you were. You just don't remember.
그래서 이런 상태에서 사실은 우리가 세상을 경험하게 되는데
And this is how we first meet the world.
3살을 경험합니다. 6살 아니 6개월쯤 되면은
And when you become 6 months,
데이터베이스
this your brain has now some database accumulated,
어머니의 표정을
and then your brain start to recognize the face of your mother, and you start distinguish the caregiver and those who are not the caregiver.
하나의 대상으로 보이기 시작하고
And so the relationship with the object starts. And then they started to be cautious when the stranger come into your orbit.
여러분들 기억나세요?
Now, do you remember this? When I was looking into the galaxy,
왜 태어났지? 저는 그게
I asked the question to the galaxy, who am I? Why was I born?
스카이의 그 스케일이
Look at the scale. You're just underneath it.
압도감이 일어나면서
I remember feeling completely overwhelmed, some resonance,
대답을 얻은 것 같아요.
and I feel like something was there, some answer, and it's not verbal. There's some this movement,
저의
the vibration.
본래 모습으로 돌아온 기억이 있습니다.
But then quickly the experience faded, and then again I was just this kid that's just fooling around, goofing around with other kids. So after elementary school, middle school, and I entered high school. I'm an adolescent and went through a radical changes, both mind and body. And at the time, I needed something to rely upon. A refuge, so to say. I was lured into the church by the Christmas gift when I was in elementary school. And I didn't even know that I received the Christian name. I received a Baptist's name.
저는 그게 제 세례명이라 써있길래 세례명인 줄 알았어요. 그래서 그 이비자라는 세례명을 받고서
And
이렇게 갖고서 있었는데 근데 제가 고등학교에 들어가서 제 친구들하고
and in high school,
노래 부르는 거 좋아했어요. 그래서 중창
I started singing.
베이스를 맡았는데
I was bass. So when 4 people sing together, exists in harmony. I'm not a good singer, but when you are singing together, there is this sense of union. It was still a almost mystical experience. At the time, the song we had was it's a song by Saint Francesco. I experienced this yearning to reach the heaven. And then when I was in college, I think I was a little depressed. I also suffer a sleep difficulty. So I was sleeping, but then suddenly woke up. My consciousness has woken up, but I couldn't breathe. My body refused to breathe. And I struggled for almost 3-4 minutes, and I thought, I'm gonna die. There is this sense my body is about to die, and at that moment, this song, it just came to my mind. There is a line from the song says, by surrender yourself completely, you gain eternal life. So I thought that, oh, this is the time. This is exactly the time to make that prayer. So I offered that line to the God, and suddenly the world is filled with light. And I was sure that I was not dreaming, but I was experiencing it. This warm light filled with love.
이게 별이 많지가 않은 거예요. 참
I had that
이상하게
experience, mystical experience, but
그다음에 이제
for some reason it doesn't. I couldn't really reconcile that experience with the daily living. And then I become a doctor.
이 정신세계에 대한 우울증이 좀 많았던
I decided to become a psychiatrist because I was curious about the what consciousness is. And when I became a doctor, will believe that the mind is purely a product of brain. So if you change the chemistry of brain by giving you a drug, then the mental illnesses will be cured. Well, if you say those who are suffering from mental illnesses, you think, oh, not me. But we all have every day a little bit of the taste of so-called crazy mind.
속에 있을 때는
Do you know when that happens?
돌아가신 할아버지
That's when we have dreams at night. We fly, we are chased by the mystical animals, we meet our dead grandfather. So we had these crazy experiences in dream, but at the time we think it's true, it is realities that are happening. That's what so-called the crazy people experience. So their eyes are open, but they are dreaming. So the mental illnesses are not as rare or strange. So your eyes are open, but you're still kind of dreaming. And while, like everyone else, while you're dreaming, you think it is a reality.
약을 쓰면 좋아지고
And the drug is used to make them waking up from the dream.
어떤 우리 선배님께서 이제 환자분 이렇게 제가 이제 이분 환자들을 레포트를 하는데
So I had this strange experience while I was working as a doctor. And I was reporting to the doctor in my hospital that, oh, they had this. So I was just reporting the drugs I prescribed and such symptoms. So my supervisor says, instead of just reporting your patient's symptoms, why don't you be more subjective? And I realized that, yes, I was describing his symptoms from my point of view, not from the patient point of view.
주관적인 얘기고 저도 제가 주관적인 거라고 생각을 해서 들은 거지만 가만히 보니까 그런 게 전혀 아닌 거예요. 그냥
And I realized that I tried to objectify his symptoms, the patient's symptoms.
하는 걸 좀 느꼈어요.
And
그러다가 이제
I was starting to question
유명하신 교수님이 이제 강의를 하시고
the way I approach the patient. And I was in a lecture given by a very famous psychiatrist, and he says a kind of similar thing, that it's only through the empathy that the patient can be cured. So I question myself again. I'm a man. How can I empathize with women? And I'm a young person. How can I empathize with the older people? What about the people of different race? What about people from a different culture? So I asked the question to him, is it possible to empathize people with different backgrounds? And this famous psychiatrist said,
공감해야 됩니다.
you must empathize. I asked them, can I empathize? But he says, you must. I asked the question because there's some part of me believe that I can't. What does he mean? Should I make an effort? I find the answer only after I start meditating. I think what he meant was when someone talking about themselves, speaking of their experience, we listen with sati. We we listen with both mind and body only with sati. On a neutral basis, you just watch. So, for instance, if a grandfather came and I'm a young doctor and talking about their experience, but but I look at him say, "Oh, he's a grandpa." That's my concept. This is what I drew when I was asked to draw who I think I am. I was a little ashamed after I drew this. Do you think you can draw who you are? We are all storyteller. We don't know why we are born. We don't know our own consciousness. And then we kind of create a story. We we just pick up the ready-made stories provided to us. So if your parents tell you, "Oh, my beautiful baby," and then you think you're a beautiful baby. But these stories are sort of ready-made, just handed down to them, and then it was handed down to me again. This is the pictures I had in my office, especially the Maharata. A lot of people say that he's known as the saint of silence, a quiet saint, and that the people suddenly wake up just by looking at him. So I even went to Arunachala. There's nothing really there. I was there a week. There is it's basically a mountain, a hillside made with a granite. It was great experience. I was sitting quietly in an evening in their hall. I could hear they're reading Veda. I didn't know what they were saying. I didn't understand the words, but just the sounds of it, the rhythm of it, the melody of it, just made me remember that moment when I was looking up into the galaxy, into the night sky, and had the experience beyond words, experience transcending words, and I had this like aha moment. Experience is not as important as we think we believe. What we see, what we call so-called reality, when you practice vipassana, we realize what material really is. So I'm wondering if you experience the emptiness of all things. It requires a deep state of samatha meditation. You keep looking all the phenomena, and you realize the time, space, material, they suddenly look different. However, our brain manipulates what we experience and we create a fixed existence. I'm not disparaging the body. I mean, this body is the God's gift. This whole body is represented. The whole universe is represented by this body.
자, 인지혁명은 일어났지만 호모사피엔스가 이거는 이제
Now, the
하나님의
Homo
창조주의
sapiens as a species has experienced a cognitive revolution.
하나의 시스템으로 간 거거든요. 내 가족, 내 주위에
And this revolution
됩니다.
enables us to be a social beings.
시간이 없으니까 어저께 박문호 박사, 저도 박문호 박사님한테 많이 듣고 있는데
I
인지혁명을 통해서
I heard what Dr. Bach said yesterday. And this revolution, the cognitive revolution, is also responsible for creating sufferings.
의도를 잘 되려고 의도를 했지만 사실은
I mean, it has benefits, but it has side effects. So the cognitive development also created advanced suffering too. So Buddha taught us how to use this function, new function that Homo sapiens developed, the cognition. So if we misuse sati, we can use it to harm others. We can use it to, say, commit theft. So we need to learn how to use sati so that it can benefit oneself and others. I think we're going to skip the pages about the cognitive process. I mean, we heard so much about it for the past 2 days, and the science doesn't know for sure what happens really in the brain when we go through the cognitive function. I think this is when we look at the new moon. It's a moon. That we meditate to experience the moon itself, not the picture, not the image of moon, but the moon itself. It makes us return to this moment. There's a whole lot of things actually contained in this present moment, spiritually, physically. So if we make our mind, actually we're born with this mind like a calm surface of the water, the lake, but just the one single fish that muddy the whole water. Now our mind is a bit like this monkey, and we already have so many bananas, but we still try to grab more. Now the self-portrait, in fact, what I see is not the other person. What I'm experiencing is my own consciousness watching what we think the other person. So everything we experience is just my own consciousness. And why it is difficult for us to see ourselves is because of the cognitive fusion. So cognitive fusion means that we identify what we see. All we experience is our 5 senses. But we started putting a label on it and then identify with it. A cognitive fusion has its benefits, especially when you are solving problems. But like I say, it has side effects. It has the suffering side as well, benefit side, suffering sides. And I believe the Buddha was the first cognitive science. And we have other thinkers who look into self and consciousness. Let me go into the complex system theory and then let me finish.
호모사피엔스의 문제, 우주 다 복잡입니다.
So
복잡하다는
everything
것은
is complex system.
원인과 결과가 있을 때
Complex
하나의 네트워크가 아니라는 거죠.
system
그러니까
is
다른 부분도 또 네트워크가 있고 그것이 또 전체적으로 나뉘고 있고
the complex system is where things are all interconnected. So the sum of the parts cannot explain what is happening in a whole. So it's like a butterfly effect. So that's not simple. So there are in a feedback loop, and when these whole happens is so much more than the sum of the parts, and it's almost impossible to predict. And there is the singularities just happen, emergence happens. That's the complex system.
있는 것부터 제대로 마음 챙기면서 해야 된다. 복잡기에 대한 마음 챙김을 해야 된다.
So I think one of the important wisdom object of the mindfulness is this reality of the complex system. So we have to understand what you do as a meditator as part of the complex system can cause something big which we don't know, and by me meditating that we can cause this potential possibility of emergency. I'm afraid that we don't have much time. I have only 30 minutes. I wish I have an hour like other presenters. So this is the program that our Academia of the Meditation and Medicine is developing. Thank you. I hope that I will have another chance later. Yes, we hope that we will have chance to have you back.
Next, Venerable Sogang will give us presentation. She is the professor at College of Buddhism in Dongguk University. She also studies integrating this therapy to Buddhism. Just invite her. Hello, everyone. The moderator asked me a request. I need to shorten. Let us make a little stretching exercise. Listen to your body telling you and stretch yourself and give your body some rest and relaxation. You can shout if you want. Yes, that's good. Make it louder. Whatever your body directs you to do, we will give 1 minute freedom to your body. You can stand up and stretch. Give an attentive ear to your body and allow your body rest. If you can also practice meditation at the same time, you can pay attention to the sensation of body. But if you don't want or if it's difficult, you don't have to do it. So when your body moves, just your mind can follow it. Try stretching your legs too. If you wanna shout loudly, you can do that. That is very great. Everyone is active. It's not 1 minute. 1 minute is not yet. So exercise as much as you want to feel your heart's content. This is the last session of the last day. I'd like to extend my gratitude for all of your participation and support. From now on, I will present the age of stress. What can meditation do? That is my topic. It doesn't work. Where should I project it? I handle this worse than Dr. Park Yong-han. Why this not work? Okay, now it works. Okay, before I beginning, this is the third conference, and why we did Dongguk University started this meditation conference. As you are all aware of, we began this as the onset of a coronavirus pandemic. So many people suffered. We had this pure motivation. We need to help people to ease their suffering so that they can overcome this pandemic if they are contracted or if they are suffering. So, in the first meditation conference, we had this theme: how can we give them happiness and joy and calmness? That was our simple and pure motivation at the beginning. And at the second conference, we expanded our scope a lot more widely. So many diverse meditation teachers visited people and told them the meditation practice custom tailored to their condition and capacities. In addition, we also built up the 3D online platform so that whenever you have time, you can come in anytime to participate and practice meditation. Also, you could be exposed to meditation culture. And we had an archive to accumulate great resources related to meditation. And these are all scenes of what we have provided. I try to practice gratitude meditation. In putting together this conference, with the support of the Ministry of Culture and Sports, we could not have put it together. But there are a lot of people who sponsored behind the scene and who have helped us put it together. And many professors and staff, students of the College of Buddhism at Dongguk University, they have contributed their efforts for free, and for others for minimal wage. So for all those people who have helped us to put this conference together, I'd like to have 1 or 2 minute gratitude meditation. According to study, gratitude meditation can enhance our wisdom and insight. Why? When I offer my gratitude, we realize that we are really part of this dependent arising. I am part and a link of this dependent arising. So gratitude meditation actually and really enhance your insight. Then how can we do it? When we feel grateful, we sometimes miss some part. We offer others gratitude a lot, but we forget to offer gratitude to ourselves. And in the last moment, it was I who made the decision to participate in this conference. So there are 2 types of meditation. The first one is I am grateful for my participation in this great conference. Why? Because so many expert in meditation and science in Korea and overseas are participating. And you can listen to it, participate in for free. How grateful. And even if it's available for free, if you don't make a decision to come, bring yourself here, you cannot get benefit. So why don't you take a deep breath, and for in breath you express gratitude for yourself, and for out breath express gratitude for all people who helped for this conference, knowingly and unknowingly. Let's begin. If possible, gently close your eyes and take a deep breath. Slowly breathe in and breathe out. Next time when you breathe in, express gratitude to yourself. Bring gratitude to myself. And at my out breath, I express gratitude to many people who helped this conference. One more time. On inhalation, gratitude to myself. On exhalation, gratitude to many people who helped putting this event together. Lastly, breathe in, appreciate myself. Breathe out, appreciate to many people. When you're ready, gently open your eyes. How do you feel? Do you feel a little joyful? And so we have this data, the level of depression before COVID pandemic or after COVID pandemic. It was 6.8% depression before COVID, and after COVID-19, the level of depression rose to 21.8%, and anxiety level was on average 8.4 before Corona, but after COVID it was rose to 28%. And besides increased anger, suicide ideation, worsened physical health, worsened relationship, and many negative physical and mental conditions arose. But that's not all. The world we live in, every day we heard of climate change, wars happening on the other side of the world, hunger, environment pollution, and the world we live now is we enter the age of fourth industrial revolution, and artificial intelligence and develop big data, biotechnology, genetic engineering. Someone may feel, and others may not feel. But not only competition exists between humans, now competition arose between human beings and machines. So big data informs us that accelerated secularization, and we believe data more. And with the advance of genetic engineering, and we live longer, and there are some positive aspects that we can overcome aging, problems accompanied by aging. but many other negative side also we experience. We can feel it intimately, and also crimes and financial fraud. So this is our environment. Our daily life is rampant with stress. So then how meditation can help us? And first day, second day, and today, many specialists confirm us again and again that meditation has a positive effect. It helps us. They, then, this is Richard Davidson next to the Dalai Lama. He was greatly influenced by the Dalai Lama, and he is the pioneer in the research of meditation and neuroscience. He was asked what meditation does, and from the scientific perspective, he answered in two ways. One is from ill-being, we can change it to well-being state. And from the state of vulnerability, we can move toward state of resilience. So in our inner and internal and external environment, we can, the areas of vulnerability and weak can be transformed to be more stronger and more resilient. And meditation helps us overcome this negative environment. Then we can question again, ask again, does meditation really bring these changes from ill-being to well-being, from vulnerability to resilience? We have seen many researches validating yes, but there are many researches which prove and validate that the meditation really helps with our world, on our health. There are about 6,000 scientific papers on meditation, and we selected 60 papers carefully and meticulously. And from this, we reached this conclusion about the benefits of meditation. Reduce stress reaction, enhance the resilience. All of these effects have been confirmed. Then another question comes up, and how meditation changes our condition from ill-being to well-being. The answer is meditation changes our mind, brain, and body. What is meditation in an easier way? Dr. Choi Jung-ho gave us many diverse definitions of meditation, and I was glad. When I first studied this career, the research, there were so many definitions, and I could not even memorize them. So if we make a simple definition of meditation can be cultivated. Medication is said to cultivation, like farmer cultivate his field. Meditation cultivate. And what does meditation cultivate? And these days, meditation is related to mindfulness, loving kindness, and altruism. So, okay, loving kind meditation cultivates loving kindness. Compassion meditation cultivates compassion. Mindfulness meditation cultivates mindfulness. This is a very simple definition based on Buddhist teaching. So, if your understanding comes from more complex side, you may understand that way. But please, this is one way of understanding meditation. whatever it is, loving kindness meditation or mindful meditation, meditation practice is accumulated and memorized by my body. It is accumulated in my body. So enlightenment can be genetically inherited between generations. Research has confirmed that, and this means meditation induces epigenetics and neuroplasticity. Okay, and you can find it from the internet. Epigenetics, what it means, without changes of DNA sequence or genetic information, modification of gene expression occurs, and this change is inherited based on our mindset. So, new learning experience restructures the existing nervous network. So, repeated habits and behaviors and gene activity can influence down to the next life. So meditation can cultivate altruism, and this capacity can enhance neuroplasticity and can go down to our genes and to the next generation. This is a silver fox domestication, an experiment by Russian scholar Dmitry Belayev. After about 40 years of domestication, the silver fox looks like a dog, and even his cranial bones changed. The left is wild silver fox, and on the right side, the cranial bones widened and nasal bones shortened. And domesticated silver fox acted like dogs. It groaned, wagged its tails, and licked human hand. So from the very aggressive tendency to human-friendly tendency, it changed. And so what can we do based on from meditation? We can make us more kind, more altruistic, wiser, and happier. In that way, we can change the world plagued with crisis and stress, and we can protect the earth from abundant crisis. So we can contribute to our environment that way. Then is meditation panacea or cure-all therapy? So if you see this slide, this is part of the presentation I did last year, commercialization of meditation and capitalist spirituality, Ronald Purser. He used this kind of extreme expression that mindfulness broker, mindfulness merchant. And if something is really popular and become too much popularized, there are some negative side appears along with the positive side. So about this negative side, Professor Ronald Purser said they become a tool to become a success and to accumulate successful career and wealth. And so mindfulness is used as a tool to achieve better academic performance, wealth, and success, and ignore precepts, and they just so meditation means to cultivate. So when we practice mindfulness or sati or vipassana, when we cultivate it, about my body, about my feeling, about some object when we aware, when we and when we practice awareness, the next step is four right efforts. And four right efforts refer to the right. The term right here means middle way, not to be biased to one side. So when something arises from within, I am aware of it, and then the next is important. The next step is the stretching exercise time is not included in my presentation time. I need to bring up my intention and put it into behavior. So we need to wise prescription, custom tailored for each individual, to provide optimal training method and means, and who prescribe what to whom. And meditation teacher can prescribe this to whom. We need research in this respect. And around the world, many universities, businesses, and organizations engaged in meditation education, research, and practice. So, in Harvard University, they have Wellness Center. This is Stanford Medical School. They have Center for Compassion and Altruism Research, and this is Dalai Lama Center for Ethics, and this is for Brown University, and in Korea, KAIST Center for Contemplative Science, and also Cambridge Health Alliance have Center for Mindfulness and Compassion. Also, diverse businesses have meditation. In Korea, they have meditation training centers within their business. So all of this can help. And so let's think about why meditation is important from another perspective. And Beyond Religion, published by Dalai Lama, the religion has lost part of its influence, and so beyond religion, meditation can cultivate the inner values inherent to all individuals. We can cultivate these universal values. Have you ever heard of SBNR? Spiritual but not religious. I pursue spirituality, but I'm not interested in religion. And people in this category increase rapidly. If you see this, on all age span and irrespective of their education level, irrespective of gender, this SBNR population grow. In Europe, about 34.7% are interested in spirituality but not religion. Then let's look at how religion and spirituality different. According to Dalai Lama, spirituality brings happiness both to self and others, including compassion, perseverance, patience, forgiveness, satisfaction. Religion relates to the faith of salvation, contended by different religious traditions. Let me present it in more easier way to understand. This is the message. This is the image of spirituality from Google, an image of meditation. I searched from Google a little more bright and cheerful image. And when I searched religion, these kind of images were retrieved. So, meditation, spirituality, religion. Meditation and spirituality had a similar image, but religion were different. That's why many people who like the spirituality but not interested in religion grow. So meditation is a tool or mean to nurture and cultivate spirituality. That's my definition. Franco Berarda, an Italian philosopher, he in his book Heroes, Mass Murder and Suicide, the modern society is characterized by endless competition and extreme individualism and devastated daily life. Personally, I think meditation, the imbalance from internal value and external value. From this imbalance, our unhappiness comes, and meditation can heal this imbalance. An acquaintance gave this book a while ago. The title says, "Our unhappiness should not be taken for granted." If we really dream of democracy, democracy is an idea. Each individual should become a democratist. That's what he said. Personally, instead of external reformation, which causes endless conflicts, instead of I'd like to present to you Krishnamurti's world. You are the world. I am the world. So therefore, if you want to change the world, you should begin by changing yourself first. So how do you change? The beginning, as a start, meditation is recommended. They say. So meditation has negative side effect. That is true, but that should not prevent us to begin to practice meditation. So we have to be cautious, but still we can begin meditation. Thank you.
I thank Venerable Sogang. And her presentation will be followed by the group discussion of the three presenters. We will have to prepare stage for the discussion, so we'd appreciate if you give us a few minutes. Now we'll start the group discussion on the role of the Korean meditation in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. The Dr. Park wished that he would have another hour, have an hour instead of 30 minutes. So originally we almost planned it that way, but we really thought that audience deserves some time to have more interaction. That's why we planned it this way. We do have questions collected in advance, but we also want to hear live questions from the audience or from Zoom. So but like make sure, let's have take a breath because you have to be aware that your question will be broadcast live to all over the world. So take a breath and ask yourself, I really want to know this. I'm really curious. We have the chairperson of the Korean Academy of the Meditation in Medicine. We have a Catholic sister. So if you have any question about meditation, this is the chance. Anyone raising their hand? I can't really see. Maybe I shouldn't told you that this is being broadcast live. I'm sure that many thoughts have come to your mind while listening to the presentation today. Oh, there it is. Venerable Boy. Can anyone give her a microphone? Many religions are now practicing meditation. And I think most religions use it for their religious dissemination, propagation. So I was wondering how this different mode of meditation can communicate with each other beyond religion, beyond religious border. Can each of you give a short answer to that? Meditation as a means of communication. Meditation itself is a very excellent vehicle for listening. It's an excellent vehicle for relationship. The first step is that you have to meditate yourself. It's a question of the eggs first, the chicken first. I think people who, like Buddha says, when you first experience suffering, you look for the medicine. And it can happen that you stumble upon meditation as a medicine. And like Dr. Che explained, then if you have a beneficial effect, then you may spread it to the people around you. But I think that we are living in an age that we lose the presence. We don't really feel our divine or spiritual presence. But who we are as it is already divine. If we can recover that, if we can restore our presence, that will start dialogue automatically. So it's not a dialogue for the sake of dialogue. It will just flow. So meditate That's the most important step. So instead of using meditation as a tool for propagation, you want to see meditation be used in a more universally spiritual way to recover our wholeness. I would like to now invite Sister Che for her reply. I think it is the same in the present, but it will be more so in the future, where science and technology will develop further, which means that the human beings can be dominated by the technology and machine or AI. In living in such a society, meditation and the mindfulness it will bring. I mean, that's what all the meditation has in common is sati, awareness. If we recover that function, we believe that we can be the master of our life. We can restore our ownership of life. I think people are addicted to many different things. It can be YouTube, it can be a video game, it can be gambling, it can be alcohol. But there are smaller things that we are addicted unaware. But mobile phone, for instance. So sometimes just being aware of the things can help us to restore our mastership of our life. I think this mindfulness meditation, regardless of your religion, helps to be the leader of our own life. Thank you. I introduced the book by Dalai Lama. I believe that in everything we do has both light and shadow. I think the central to your question is the individual effort to stay awake so that our spiritual level of the whole society is upgraded. That's I think the only way to turn the society more human oriented. That we recover our these qualities, the love, both the Buddhism and the Christianity really talks about it, and to increase those inner qualities are the only way. I understand it may sound too passive, but at the same time, it's almost the only way we really have. Any other question? I am doing my master's in the Sun Buddhism. I'd like to put my question to Venerable Seogang and Sister Che. You talk about spiritual but not religious. The people who believe they're not religious but spiritual. Of course, the modern society is going beyond religion. However, only 100 years ago, religion was such a strong part of their people's lives. And I believe that both Jesus Christ and Buddhism really intended to create a religion. I don't think that was their central intention. But religion was also a vehicle, important vehicle to bring what they know to the public. And you both are religious clergy. So I'm just wondering why we choose to live your life in this age of non-religion? Why do you live as a religious clergy? Why are you still devoting your life to religion? Should I start? I don't know how honest I should be. Let me be really frank. I actually went to church. I was a churchgoer. I went. I was a Catholic, but then it took me 10 years for me to convert from Catholicism to Buddhism. I was such a faithful churchgoer. Every day I prayed. I did the rosary prayer every day. But I became a Buddhist because I realized that what I really, really want is to know who I am, find out why was I born. I went to the church because I heard that God loved me, but I realized that the church didn't give me the answer for what I really want. But the moment I heard the Four Noble Truths, it just penetrate my heart. But I didn't like Buddhism at first. I didn't like the hair. I didn't like the clothes. So I actually, at one time, seriously considered whether I to be a sister. But I did decide not to because I hate skirts and doesn't allow any possession. Anyway, so even when I first met Buddhism, I decided not to go for it. But then as time went by, the question really bothered me. So I decided let's just go all in. And if I fail to get the answer, maybe I'll just die. Again, honestly, I don't like what I'm wearing. I was really envious of what the Professor Park, Professor Che was wearing. I really find them cumbersome. I mean, I keep stepping on the clothes, but it's because of the question, the burning question I have. I don't know if I answer your question. I have two nephews, and one of them asked me, "Why do you become a Catholic sister?" I answered immediately, because I want to be happy. That just came out of me right away. And my nephew asked, my nephew just, nod and to stop right there. Whatever choice I make in our life, whatever thing we do, all those choices, we chose only to be happy. No one do something because they want to be. I want to be unhappy. I studied science, and while I'm studying science, but the science doesn't answer those fundamental questions about existence. And it only grew more when I'm studying. So that's how I knocked the doors of the monastery. And I somehow had this feeling that I can find the answer. And I'm still searching. I said I majored in science. And I'm working in cultivating interreligious relationship. I also found Buddhism very attractive. So when I was since I was involved in the interreligious relationship, I studied Buddhism, and I even teach Buddhism. That's what I taught as part of the comparative religious class. The Korean Buddhism is very tolerant and they're very open. Korean Buddhism is very open to the other religions, and I believe it's one of the most valuable assets Korean Buddhism has. And through the exchanges with other religions, I find the spiritual life inside of me grows richer. So that's what I do, that this interreligious exchanges will help enrich your in spiritual life. Yes, that wherever I go, people would know that, oh, she's a Catholic sister. Sometimes it can be difficult, but sometimes it's a chance to recommit myself to what I really want, the question I pursue. The path that I chose is really, I think, so far, really helped me to understand much deeper about that question, the fundamental question of my own existence and my relationship with the world and others. And I will pursue my happiness on this path continuously. Thank you. Okay, another question. Oh, there is this a young student asking the question, like to raise the hand. I'm just a middle school kid. Is there any meditation that help to stop addiction? That is not a very ordinary question. So thank you so much for staying all day with us and asking the question. I think the Dr. Park is the best suited to give the answer about how do we escape addiction. I'm not really an addiction expert, however. I was like wondering, it made me really curious that you do ask the question. A patient came to me and asked question, and can I be really cured? Can I be better? Then I say, just the fact that you are here means that you have resources to be better. If you have an addiction, the fact that you ask a question means that you already are aware of that you have addiction. You are aware of the fact you have addiction. You are aware of the result of the addiction, and you have a you have a wish, you have intention to stop it. And then you notice that, but you can't stop. Sometimes you can't stop because we have body, we have a brain, and because of that we have anxiety, and we use addiction to avoid anxiety. When you have anxiety, instead of just go into what you're addicted to, you may have to look into what's there. Anyways, it may be too much to talk to a the middle school students. But what we do a lot, what we teach a lot at a public school, the secondary schools, is the meditation in motion. So when you move your body and meditate, it helped. Anyway, when this desire or this anxiety arises in you, I would like to say thank you. Thank you that I have this body. Thank you that my body had all these processes. And be thankful that I know that there is this urge. So maybe that is the first step of the meditation you can do. Be thankful that I have this urge, that be thankful that I'm aware of this urge. Maybe we have a time just enough for one more person. I think that it must be the family member of the young boy. I would like to address my question to Venerable Seo Kwang. When you're learning meditation, you look for a famous meditator. It will be the ideal. However, there are so many like apps, fusion programs, so it's difficult to choose which program to choose. As the Professor Chen mentioned, there might be a dark side. There might be some side effect, negative side effects. So what is the most important mindset, attitude of a prospective meditator should have? Anyone would like to give an answer to that? About the most important attitude that a novice meditator should have? Okay, I will answer. I think the most important attitude to have when you start meditation, I think, why? Intention. You at least have to ask yourself the question, why do I want to learn meditation? So the motivation. So you have to know what motivated you to meditate. But of course, and another really important thing you have is that, like, the result. You may, it may take a year or maybe two to have anything that visibly change, but you have you have to be aware if meditation really helps, if meditation really benefits you. Am I a little bit kinder to myself and others? My mind is a little bit more at ease? Well, all meditation basically attempt to purify three poisons. We usually say greed, attachment, but the Justin Brewer used the term addiction. I find it really interesting. But I think the greed itself or addiction itself is not a problem. What is more important is that does it cause anything that harm myself and others? That we have to be aware of. It's not the addiction itself or the greed itself that is really problematic. What it does in terms of my mind, in terms of my emotion, in terms of my action, in terms of my words, that harm myself and harm others. So we kind of have to be able to see, to be aware that by doing meditation, am I changing? Am I having some benefits? So to have that awareness, moment by moment experience, not only moment by moment experience, but moment by moment result of the meditation is really important. We have 2 minutes left. Is it okay to finish? If there is no question, I will conclude the conference. But while we bring it to an end, let's give the presenters maybe 30 minutes and a minute a chance to speak. We are scholars. We are doing research. So it's important for us to have a proof to make, and we make sure that there is no negative significant side effects. So that's why we chose mindfulness-based meditation, because it's a well proven, its effect verified. However, personally, I hope, my wish is that we go deeper, not just the mindfulness meditation, but try a more deeper meditation. That's my personal wish. And it seems that the mindfulness become a really integral part of the public education in the Western countries. And I believe that the future of Korea depends on whether we can do that too, that the whole education become mindful. I would like to add some answers to the earlier question. If you are just beginning to meditate, when I teach students, I recommend to write meditation diary. And at the end of the semester, we take a look at the meditation diary and reflect how much we change. And that's a very valuable record. Like Venerable Sogwan says, it's gonna tell you how you're changing day by day. So I think it is valuable as a novice meditator to have the record of your meditation journey. And meditation really helps to bring our thought back to the present. The function of the thinking itself is such that it brings us to the past, it brings us to the future, instead of living in this moment. So meditation corrects the balance. It really helps me to live the now, here and now. I think that's the biggest gift that meditation gives to us. Thank you. Thank you very much. May you be all happy and healthy. And I hope that you enjoy yourselves always. That the good questions make good discussion. Now, the true causes of happiness, the inner qualities such as compassion, kindness, love, calmness, contentment, responsibility, transcend all man-made boundaries such as religion, nations, organizations, or dogmas, and they are based on the innate goodness universal in all human beings. And meditation is just a tool to cultivate those inner qualities. The 3-day academic conference held as part of the 3rd Seoul International Meditation Expo is now about to close. Under the theme of meditation, a new world, we have award foremost experts and scientists on the area of meditation study, and each day had different sub-themes, that is meditation and healing, science, and the future society. We have chance to experience world-famous meditation programs such as IFS, MSc, CBCT, so that participants can taste what they offer to relieve symptoms of trauma, depression, and stress. We also look at the neuroscientific base of how and why meditation work, which in turn also feed back into developing better meditation programs. We then look at the role of meditation in the truth in the future society, examine it from several different angles. By looking at the present and the future of meditation, this conference contributed to bring the treasure that is meditation to wider audience, so that the humanity can be happy together. That we vow to be the ocean that hold and nurture the world. I would like to thank one more time all those who worked very hard to make this conference possible, and those who joined us and be with us.
그런 작은 희망 하나